Medvedev, Center for Preparatory
Venkatraman sir, you are not audible. Hello. Just check
Hello, Venkatraman sir.
whether you have got mute. Just
Unmute
check
yourself,
whether you are
Venkatraman.
mute.
Mr. Ramna, your audio has to be opened, I think.
Venkatraman sir.
अरे ये फोन हैंग हो गया, बंद तो करके दे। हैंग एंड म्यूट हो गया।
Yes, Dr. Shinde, can we continue, please?
सर 1 मिनट सर आपका नहीं आ रहा।
Mallesh sir.
Sorry for the disturbance, sir.
Yeah, let's continue, sir, please. Yeah.
Was unable to connect there. So is jointly organizing today's international e-conference on the use of technology in language learning and teaching. To focus on the topic, we have eminent scholars, academicians joining us today from different parts of the globe. I welcome Dr. N.S. Kokode, Principal, NH College, Brahmapuri, Maharashtra. Dr. Kalyan Chakravarti, Visiting Professor and Life Skill Coach, India, Maldives, and Oman. Dr. Gennady Medvedev, Center for Preparatory Studies, Sultan Uqub University, Oman. Dr. Suresh Kumar, Professor, Department of English and Foreign Languages, Acharya Nagarjuna University, Guntur, Andhra Pradesh. Dr. Desam Workard, Principal, Sri Shivaji Arts, Commerce and Science College, Rajora, Maharashtra. Dr. R.R. Kherani, Vice Principal, Sri Shivaji Arts, Commerce and Science College, Rajora. Dr. Pramila Swami, Assistant Professor, Department of English, MS Ramaya Institute of Technology, Bangalore, Karnataka. Dr. Mallesh Reddy, IQC Coordinator, Sri Shivaji Arts, Commerce and Science College, Rajora, Maharashtra. I also welcome all the delegates and all the HODs of all the departments and esteemed faculty of our college, and the two collaborating institutions who have been key in designing and implementing this informative forum. The intent of today's conference is to discuss and create awareness of the use of technology in communication. Application of technology in various fields has been phenomenal in the last decade, and the pandemic has compelled everyone the latest technology, particularly in the education field, where teaching and learning has drifted away from the conventional mode to the smart way. Now we are in a transition stage. It is available and visible in every field. Therefore, our focus should be on knowledge, on the next big paradigm for this century. We have to start with focus on certain key aspects of knowledge creation. Literacy in ICT is fundamental to our life in our modern technological society. To equip students from the better survival in the 21st century, we must successfully integrate ICT into both the English curriculum and English pedagogical practices. ICT is a valuable tool for both teacher and the learner. I hope we all have an interesting and stimulating discussion today through this conference. A dream does not become reality through magic. It takes sweat, determination, and hard work. Yes, it is a belief endorsed by the beloved principal of our college, Dr. S.M. Worker. He has always been our source of inspiration and motivation. It is my privilege to welcome for the welcome address over to Dr. S.M. Worker, principal. Sir, please. Over to principal, Dr. S.M. Worker, for welcome address.
Good morning, dear friends. Good morning, one and all. Department of English, Sri Shivaji Arts, Commerce and Science College, Rajura, District Chandrapur. Nevjabai Hitkarini College, Brahmapuri, District Chandrapur. And School of Languages, Rabindranath Tagore University, Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh, have jointly organized today's International E-Conference on use of technology in language learning and teaching. Today's keynote speaker, Dr. Kalyan Chakravarti, professor and life skill coach for teaching, learning in Myanmar, Turkey, Oman, Maldives, and India. Technical session speaker, Dr. Gandhi Medvedev, Sultan Qaboos University, Oman. Second technical session, invited speaker, Dr. Suresh Kumar, professor, head of the Department of English, Acharya Nagarjuna University, Guntur, Andhra Pradesh. Chairperson of technical session or moderator, Dr. Premila Swami, assistant professor, Department of English, MS Ramaya Institute of Technology, Bangalore. My friend, Dr. Namdev Rao Kokode, principal of NH College, Brahmapuri. Dr. Ruchi Mishra Tiwari, head School of Languages, Rabindranath Tagore University, Bhopal. Our head of the Department of English, Mr. S. Venkatramana. Dr. Sanjay Shende, head of the Department of English, NH College, Dr. Aslam Sheikh. Our vice principal, Dr. Rajesh Kirani, vice principal of NH College, Dr. D.H. Gahane. Our NAC coordinator, Dr. Mallesh Reddy. All participants, research scholars, and professors from different corners of the globe. As an organizer of this International E-Conference, I cordially welcome you all. Because of COVID pandemic and technology, we are able to communicate our ideas from long distance. 21st century is an era of information and technology. We, the scholars and teachers of English, must have skill of effective use of technology. New generation is very smart. Without proper training, out of deep interest, youngsters have become expert in using technology. But at the same time, teachers must be ready to accept this global change in our profession of teaching. Technology is playing a very vital role in education worldwide. It has growing impact on designing and delivering of English language program. Technological literacy for teachers and for students. Use of resources such as media and internet to enhance basic force skills is the need of hour. As we all know, survival of the fittest, one who is fit, one who has who is able to use new technology in imparting knowledge will only survive in our profession of English or teaching in coming days. Mobile, laptop, Facebook, Twitter, WhatsApp, YouTube, audio-visual clips in PPT, etc. have changed the area of interest of students today. Without ignoring this fact, today's teachers must avail training for effective use of technology. Instead of wasting time in opposing this innovation, we must proper use time and can easily impart knowledge to students from a long distance. As today we have a schedule, a long schedule, so I will not take your precious time. Our keynote speaker and invited speakers will train us for effective use of technology. This e-conference will add sunshine to daylight to honor this literary genius, world famous dramatist and poet William Shakespeare. We have selected today's date, 23rd April, birth and death anniversary of Shakespeare, our National Shakespeare Day. Lastly, I welcome you all again and hope that the conference will enhance our technological skill. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Over to Ramana, sir. Venkat Ramana, sir. Shende, sir.
Wait, sir.
So, thank you, sir. Thank you. Certainly, sir, it is a challenge we must accept to face with a positive attitude for the better survival. Thank you very much, sir, for your welcome address. Now, may I invite today's inaugurator for the inaugural session of the conference, Dr. Kokode, Principal, NH College, Brahmapuri, to deliver inaugural speech. Before beginning, just a short introduction. Sir has worked in different capacities at university level, and also he has a vast knowledge and a very lengthy experiences in his service. I hope his services and his experience will definitely focus in his inaugural speech. Now I welcome Dr. Kokode sir for inaugural address. Over to Dr. Kokode sir. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Sir.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir, you are audible. Kokode, sir.
Okay. Very good morning to all the delegates and the speakers who have joined the International E-Conference on use of technology in language, learning and teaching. So I, being one of the organizers, I heartily welcome all the invited speakers for this international event. At the outset, I heartily welcome to the keynote speaker, Dr. Kalyana Chakravarti, another technical session speaker, Dr. Nadi, the technical speaker, Dr. M. Suresh Kumar, the technical session chairperson, moderator, Dr. Pramila Swami, and my tributes to the Honorable Prabhakar Rao Mamulkar, the ex-MLA, the renowned person of the Rajura region, and Sri Hiralalji Bhaiya, the ex-MLA of the Brahmapuri region. The organizer, Dr. S.M. Varkar sir, Mr. S. Venkataramana, Dr. Sanjay Shende, Dr. Aslam Sheikh, Dr. Ruchi Mishra Tiwari, Dr. Kiran Mishra, Dr. D.S. Gahane, Dr. R.R. Kherani, Dr. B.M. Reddy, all the principals who have joined this e-conference, all the professors, associate professors, assistant professors, and research students and the students of English department. We have joined this e-conference. I congratulate the organizer, particularly Dr. S.M. Varkad sir and his team, Dr. Aslam Sheikh and his team, and Dr. Ruchi Mishra Tiwari and her team, who has organized such a nice conference on the advanced topic and particularly ICT learning English languages. This is the kind of accepting the challenges in the modern society and modern education in higher education. And therefore, I assure and I assume that the English teachers have accepted the challenge of modern teaching and learning and accepting the ICT in the teaching learning in higher education. Actually, the English teachers, they are the boon to the education system, the higher education system. They are doing a lot of exercises to develop the higher education in the colleges and the universities. And therefore, I consider if the English department has taken the foot forward, it will be the development in higher education in all the way. And therefore, this is a great event, particularly to the Gondwana University area, where we are traditionally very backward, but we are accepted the challenge to have the digital education system, have the ICT education system, not only in scientific or in the conferences limited to that, but in classroom teaching also in our villages and rural areas. We will accept the ICT teaching and learning and digital learning in English and almost all the subjects in the colleges. Therefore, I suppose this is a very interesting point and very interesting event that is organized by the English department, the English teachers, the international conference, and the experts from the international forum. They will guide us. They will give the main, that is the topics, the points, and will motivate our teachers. So this is the very good deliberations from them, which is coming to for the benefits of the teacher and English teachers, and accordingly the rest of the teachers will also be motivated to accept the challenges of the modern era. As Dr. Varkad has very rightly pointed out, that the students of this age, this particular century, they are very much exposed to the digital media, social media, and so many platforms they are already availing. In their hand, there is a remote control, and they are changing the channels, they are changing the, you can say, all the social media time to time, and joining and having the linkages to the digital media. So our students, they are well ahead than the teachers in handling the digital media. And therefore, this is the sole responsibility of the teacher community to come forward, accept the challenge, learn this technology, adopt this, and this is very much suitable for the teachers in their deliberating the knowledge to the students. My dear friends, this new education policy has given the very much emphasis on the use of technology. Actually, they have adopted the model of 2T. 2T means teachers equipped with the technology. This 2T is very important for the teachers, and they have already said that there will be the virtual lab setting. There will be in the nation-wise, there will be virtual lab, and many teachers and the students and researchers will access to this lab in various disciplines. So the days are coming very fast for the teachers and the students that we have to join the virtual lab, and the laboratory in the English department becomes a prime important today, because you see our Indian students, they are spreading all around the globe, and therefore the English lab, they train the students in pronunciation and training them how to stand globally. And therefore, it is the need of the hour that English department should be equipped with the English laboratory so that our students will be globally trained in the pronunciation and languages, and they will be fit to get the job across the globe. And therefore, the government of India is also setting the virtual lab. Anybody can join to this virtual lab, can access this lab and provide the knowledge, gain the knowledge from the laboratory. Another thing the government of India is doing, that they are going to now establish the National Education Technology Forum. The National Education Technology Forum, NATF, will be playing a very vital role, very important role in teaching and learning. Particularly, whenever we are giving university or the government of India or government of Maharashtra, whenever it is regulating or giving the sanction to the various courses or the colleges or the institute, then we are approaching manually. But hereafter, there will be no manual application, but decision making in regulating and granting and sanction, there will be the National Education Technology Forum. Everything you have to submit digitally, all the papers, the meeting will be digital, and the sanction will also disperse. Deployment of this decision will be digital. And therefore, the National Education Technology Forum is giving the emphasis to use the technology in higher education, not only teaching, learning, but in decision making, in deployment, and how to make the use of technology. The teachers and the students will be trained. So there will be training programs also by this National Education Technology Forum. So this is the NETF is coming very fast, and I think by the year of 2025, this NETF will be very strong in India, and everybody has to join this NETF for further processing. Either it may be regulation or the deployment or the use of technology. One has to use this forum. Another thing is going to happen in our country in new education policy is the National Repository Educational Data. This National Repository Educational Data, NRED, is going to establish across the country, where you will find the information of all the institute, colleges, and the universities and research labs. Each and every minute information will be deposited, will be stored in that repository, and everybody can access those type of the information. Even students can access. He can store his all the certificates and the documents in that repository, and anytime he can access. He can have the mark sheet from his college, from home. He can access that repository. The data of the teacher. Now hereafter, the performance-based salary or performance-based promotions or performance-based this advancement of the teacher is going to happen. So the data of all the teachers will be stored there in that repository, and those good teachers, the technology trained teachers, will have the more benefits than else of the teachers. So those days are coming before the teachers of the India and the universities, that one has the every information regarding your activities, your promotions, your knowledge, your disbursement, your deployment, and your deliberation will be stored into that along with your certificates, and you will be promoted automatically. You will be accessed. And therefore, here it is saying that the teacher's information as well as students' information, as I have already said, the examination form, his mark sheet, his hall ticket, his enrollment, everything will be stored here. So it is the National Repository Education Data System. It is going to establish in our country by the new education policy. And therefore, we the teachers have to access all this, that is the facility which is going to set up in our country. And therefore the technology is not only it is useful for the teaching and learning, but it is also very, very useful for our career also, and making the deliberations with the other institutes, universities, or the national type of the institutes. The UGC has, in the period of the COVID-19 itself, has declared that the 40% of the teaching, 40% of the teaching, the teacher should made by online. So teacher has to use the technology, teach digitally to the students, conduct the examination online, use the Google Forms and YouTubes and so many social media available today, so that the results will be prepared automatically, paper will be checked automatically, unit tests will be conducted within a very short time. So various platforms are available for the teachers. One has to just, and they are not difficult, they are very easy. Anybody can access that. Only thing is that we have to change our attitude. And I am satisfied with, as UGC has predicted, that there should be the 40% online teaching from the teacher, so that they will complete the course within the time. They will use the modern, that is the media and the platforms for the teaching and learning, so that the teaching and learning process will be versatile. It will be more interactive, and it will be just open from the both the ends. Generally in our classroom, teacher talks and the students listen, but here there can be the bidirectional communication, and anytime, anywhere, the student can access to his teachers. And therefore UGC has given the emphasis that at least 40% teaching should be online. And this is the still the classroom teaching we cannot avoid, and its importance is, it is on the top. And therefore there is a direct contact when the teacher is teaching in the classroom. So media is also available, digital data is available for the teaching, and therefore what is the need to the teacher, that we can have the mixture of this, the classroom traditional teaching plus online teaching. So I can say this is the blended type of the teaching model we should adopt. Many times 50 to 60% the traditional teaching, and 40% should be the digital teaching, so that the blended type of the teaching the teachers should adopt, so that it will be very useful for them to conduct the examination, evaluate, send the notes to your students. Instead of dictating in the classroom, you just teach them and send your notes by using the media, and therefore you will find you will enjoy the teaching, and there will be no problem of completing the course, and students will be very happy that if you use this digital form of the teaching. And therefore through this e-conference, international e-conference on use of technology in language learning and teaching, I suppose the English department, therefore all the departments have accepted the challenge, and our teacher will accept this challenge and face all these facilities available to them. So I thank you all, and thank you organizer that giving me the chance. I declare that this conference is open. It is inaugurated. Thank you very much. Over to Venkataramana, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. It is rightly said that to equip students for the better survival in the 20th century, we must successfully integrate ICT in both English curriculum and English pedagogical practices. ICT is the valuable tool for both teacher and learner, besides classroom teaching, because we cannot neglect the classroom teaching also. We have to adapt the blended mode of teaching, sir. Rightly said, sir. We definitely will follow, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your valuable inaugural address. Now, next, we will move to next speaker. Serving the society is the foremost principle on his agenda. He is Dr. Kalyan Chakravarti, who has been teaching, training, and conducting research in India, Maldives, Oman, and Turkey. He has an MBA and diploma in tourism He also extended cooperation in serving as a guest speaker for our students frequently from 2017 onwards. Now may I invite Dr. Kalyan Chakravarti, who has graciously consented to be the keynote speaker for today's conference. Over to Kalyan Chakravarti. I welcome you, sir, for the keynote speak. Dr. Kalyan Chakravarti, please, sir.
Namaste. Good morning, everybody.
As the time constraint, my dear, just conclude in a given time, because earlier speaker, as I was unable to intimate, please conclude in the given time, sir. Okay, sir.
Thank you so much. That's
Okay, sir.
wonderful. So,
Okay.
Honorable Principal, sir, Dr. S.M. Vakadji, and Dr. N.S. Kokade, all the dignitaries, partnering organizations, Rabindranath Tagore University, Bhopal, and other universities who have partnered with this very good conference on e-conference on latest trends in ELT technology and language learning. And I appreciate the efforts put by the management of Shivaji ACS College, Rajura. We are thankful to the management for giving us the permission, and for our partnering organizations, Rabindranath Tagore University and other colleges who have come forward to do this. And I appreciate the efforts put by my friend, Mr. Venkatramana, HOD English Department, Shivaji College, Rajura, and my colleague, Dr. Chende, is also very active in this, and all the colleagues who have thought of this very topic, e-conference, and my learned friend, Dr. Gennady Medvedev, who is shortly going to join us from Oman, from Sultan Qaboos University. I am grateful to Dr. Medvedev for accepting our invitation in a short notice, and I am also thankful to Dr. Victoria Tuzlukova, SQ University Oman, for helping us in organizing this international seminar, and all the technical team, everybody. Thank you so much. Can I share my presentation, please, Dr. Ramna? Mr. Shende?
Yes.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes.
Please proceed. And you have time up to 9:40 for you. Quite ample time you have. We actually started quite early. So
That's great, sir. That's great.
You can go up to 9:45. No problem.
I think we have to accommodate my friend Medvedev, so I'll keep it short, maybe by 9:30. If Medvedev sir ready, then I'll give it to him. Otherwise, I'll continue, sir. No worry. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, is it visible to everybody?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, great. So, in this August gathering, the theme of the conference as decided by the organizers jointly by Department of English, Shivaji College, Department of English, Nevjabai, Hitkarani College, Berhampur, and School of Languages, Rabindranath Tagore, University, Bhopal. Use of technology in language learning and teaching, ICTLLT. This is the apt and suitable seminar topic in present era, because as all of you know, we are at the verge of getting 5G technology soon. And in other words, it means to say that all our mobile phones have to be upgraded to 5G, and all the apps which are going to be used by teachers, students, and everybody have to be upgraded, and everybody should be ready to use all these apps. That is the meaning. And at this hour, we are talking about use of technology in language learning and teaching. Now, these are the objectives of my today's session as a keynote speaker. To list out issues and challenges in ELTL, English language teaching and learning. Please keep all the mics off, sir. Somebody is trying to speak. Organizers. Yeah. To list out issues and challenges in language teaching and learning.
Sir,
To
PPT
discuss
is not
need-based
visible.
curriculum. To distinguish between existing and expected skills. To sensitize about global standards and market. Indian versus foreign.
Please,
Yes, sir.
please. Sir, PPT is not visible.
Not visible?
For me, it's okay. Some are
So actually, it has not been opened, sir. You just open it.
Again?
Just you.
Okay. Right, right.
Open,
Okay.
open it, sir. Open it,
Sure,
sir.
sure.
The
I
screen
did
is
actually.
visible,
From
but
my
it
side, it's
is
open.
It's not been opened.
लॉक एक मिनिट लॉक काढलं लॉक काढलं
Just open it.
Okay.
कसं इंटरनॅशनल
Again.
लेवलचं आहे त्याच्यामुळे
Okay.
मी बाहेर जास्त हे करीन ना चल हो हो
Okay.
नाही नाही लिमिट काय सर हेलो सर
Yes.
पीपीटी सर फिर से आप स्टार्ट करो सर
Yes, yes.
Sir.
Doing, sir. Doing. I'm doing it.
Sir.
Yes, yes. I'm doing 1 minute.
Sir.
Yeah. Is it visible now, sir?
Yeah, now it is visible. Just make it full screen.
Right. Yeah. So this is the brief objective I have for today. To list out issues and challenges in English language teaching and learning.
Kalyan, sir,
Discuss-
can you just make it full screen?
I did, sir, from my side. Please don't interrupt now. I'm just repeating. Okay, I did already. Full screen is
Okay,
there.
okay. Proceed
Right.
then. Proceed.
Yeah. To discuss need-based curriculum, to distinguish between existing and expected skills, to sensitize about global standards and market, Indian versus foreign degrees, to equip the learners with adequate skills, to set a roadmap of ELT, to integrate life skills education with ELT for higher educational institutions in India and other countries. So this is the brief agenda. Am I audible and visible, sir?
Yes,
sir.
audible
Yes,
visible.
yes.
Very good. Now, I quote Swami Vivekananda here, the brain and muscles must develop simultaneously. Iron nerves with an intelligent brain, and the whole world is at your feet. Unquote, Swami Vivekananda. Now, how do you make your mind strong? Is it relevant to our ELT and learning too? These are the questions come to my mind whenever I see these strong people quoting some powerful words. Is it relevant to our English language teaching and learning too? Because we are at the verge of transforming ourselves from 2G, 3G, 4G to 5G. Then not only other subjects, language teaching is also undergoing some tremendous change now. At this juncture, there is an immediate need for all the teachers of English, researchers, administrators, and students to have a paradigm shift in terms of teaching and learning. Okay, I quote Socrates, smart people learn from everything and everyone, average people from their experiences, stupid people already have all the answers with them. Unquote Socrates. Is it relevant to our ELT and learning also? Because famous philosophers like Socrates always felt that smart people learn from everything and average people from their experiences, and stupid people who just argue without knowing anything, they have all the answers with them. Now, without discussing much about which category we fall into, let's move on to the next point. Now, this is the digital era, and this is what is happening in 60 seconds over the internet across the world. Look at the data mentioned here in 2013. In 60 seconds, 1 minute, Amazon was making $83,000 per minute across the globe. And YouTube users were uploading 72 hours of video onto YouTube across the globe in 2013. Now just look at left side of my screen, which clearly says that WhatsApp users, huge number, some 41 crores, that's a long number, unreadable number for me. Messages per minute, sir, 60 seconds. This is what is happening. That is the speed of internet now. Amazon is shipping 6,659 packages per minute across the globe. LinkedIn users apply for 69,444 jobs. And Facebook users are sharing 1,50,000 messages. YouTube users are uploading just 500 hours of video per minute across the globe. Instagram, 3,47,222 stories are uploaded per minute. Netflix, which has come recently, I think 5-6 years ago it was not visible much. 4,04,444 hours of video is being streamed per minute across the globe. Zoom, which is the platform we are on now, 2,08,333 participants in any meeting in any given minute across the globe we will find. But the questions are given below. This is fine. The speed and the consumption of internet, and people are talking about technology, usage in the classrooms. Let us have these critical questions in front of us because this is a international conference, and I thought let us get sensitized about these questions also. Question number 1. Are we losing ourselves in the speed of digital technology? Question number 2. Is there enough time to think of ourselves and other human beings? Because we are lost in the technology. Are the teachers well aware and equipped with the technical tools? Because I conduct a lot of trainings across India and abroad also. Many teachers, present day teachers, are not well equipped with the present existing technology. Reasons can be many. Maybe they are traditional teachers, maybe there is no enough support in the institution, or maybe the equipment is not ready, or software updation is not ready. Some reason, but they are not well equipped. And at this juncture, we are talking about technology and language learning. Unless the teachers are well equipped, unless the students are well equipped with technology in rural areas, particularly Rajura is in rural area, and so many tribal students join your college. And maybe that is the case with other institutions. So when we talk about rural India or any rural area across the world where internet connectivity is poor, electricity problems are there, and the gadgets are not available, software is not available, teachers are not trained, students are not well informed, what are we trying to do? How we will go about it? How can we go further? These are the questions we have to keep in mind in such seminars. So very important topic you have taken up, organizers. I appreciate you. Let us see what solutions we can find in this seminar by the end of the day, or day 1 or day 2, whatever. Okay. Now, are the students in rural areas well connected with the institution and teachers? We have seen during pandemic situation how many sessions were happening online and how many students had mobile phones, how many areas were connected, poor electricity, poor internet. So some education was going on online, but it was not reaching everybody. So unless we provide all these things, gadgets, environment, we cannot expect digitizing overnight. Digitizing is fine because need of the hour, but what about our requirements? Then any administrative implications in using or providing technology? Are the colleges ready to provide all these things? Some colleges may be ready, but are the labs well equipped? Are the software available? All the digital platforms installed in the colleges? Are the teachers trained to use all these things? Are the students are aware how to handle these gadgets? Okay, all these are the practical implications. Now, look at this common European framework of languages. Another important point we have to understand as English teachers across the globe, particularly in non-English speaking countries I am talking about, including India. In 2001, the Common European Framework of References for Languages was published after many years of research.
Sorry to
This is a
interrupt,
framework.
sir. Sorry to interrupt. You are not going with the slides, sir.
Okay, which
Objectives
slide
are
is
still
visible
there.
now? Which slide is visible now, sir?
Objectives. That slide is still there.
I have moved ahead, sir, but I don't know, technical glitch. Frequently, I am changing the slides, but I don't know, technical glitch. Anyway, I'll just check it up. 1 minute, sir.
Now it comes, sir. Now it's okay. The brain and muscle must. Only quotation is seen. Oh. Kalyan.
Sir, is it visible now, everybody?
Yes, visible, sir.
Yes. Now
Yeah.
it's
So I was
Slide of
talking
Common
about
European framework is visible.
yeah, Common
Yeah.
European Framework
European.
is this one.
Yes.
In 2001, it was published. Then this framework, also called CEFR for short, describes what language users who have acquired a new language can do and how well and efficiently they do so. This is global standard now, European. And British standard is different, American standard is different. They have IELTS and TOEFL. For the information of students, I am saying, teachers may be aware already. So this European framework has to be kept in mind. These CEFR levels indicate the various levels of language proficiency of users of a language. Look at this. A1 is not the top as per this scale, that is beginners. CEFR level A1 means beginners. CEFR level A2 means pre-intermediate. Not pre-intermediate means not the Takravi Barvi thing. This is middle level language users. Then CEFR level B2 is upper intermediate level. CEFR level C1 is advanced. CEFR level C2 is proficiency level. But in other scales, you may think A is the highest, B is the low, and C is the lowest. No, here it is reversed. C1, C2 is high proficiency in language terms. Okay, now my question is, are the institutions, I request all the administrators, HODs, lecturers, everybody to think about it, sir. Based on these global expectations, are the institutions preparing our students as per the above standards expected globally? This is the question I wanted to ask in every seminar, wherever possible. Recently in Sauli also, they have organized international national seminar, and yours is international seminar. And not only for Indian teachers and administrators, globally, I want to put this question to everybody. Are the institutions preparing our students as per the above standards expected globally? Look at our curriculum, look at our syllabi, look at our topics in the syllabi, in English particularly. We have prose, poetry, and language, but the global standard is expecting this level of language proficiency. So, is it not the time to integrate and upgrade our syllabi? Even NEP 2020 also says the same. Interdisciplinary courses, integrate this and more skill based, right? So, coming specifically to ELT, English language teaching and learning, is it not the time to think of global standards and try to, change our syllabi according to these global standards? Otherwise, for Indian standards, it may be okay. But when our students or faculty go for global exchanges or global opportunities, suddenly they will face this level of proficiency expectations. And imagine after graduation, somebody is writing TOEFL exam or IELTS exam and going abroad. Are they aware that these levels are there? And are they aware that 4 language skills tests will be there in IELTS and TOEFL? How many undergraduates know about it? How many intermediate students know about it? How many postgraduates know about it? Just check as teachers. So there is a need to prepare them as per these global standards as far as possible. And this is the scale. You see, as I was saying, A1, A2, B1, B2, and C1, C2. This description is there. I'll send it to the organizers later. Kindly see if any integration or upgradation of your English language syllabus is going on. Kindly inform me. I'll be always ready. Principal sir, as you know, anytime I can help your institution or any institution in India or abroad if they want to do some curriculum changes or testing. Once you set the curriculum and syllabi, testing comes. Even testing pattern has to be changed. So a lot of discussions are required among the faculty members and teachers. We have to sit together, conduct workshops or FDPs, and do some integration of this skills into curriculum. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Can you make the slide full screen?
Yes.
No, what is
It is not-
happening? If I put full screen, it is not changing, sir. That's the reason.
Not changing.
Yeah, I will try now since you suggested. You see, this is a full screen. Yeah.
No, still it
So
is.
this is the scale. Is it changing now?
No, not changing.
Same
That's
position.
why I'm putting it as a small screen, sir.
Okay, you proceed.
Okay, carry on.
Right. So for your convenience, I'm doing it as this thing. What do you call? Full small screen. Yeah. 1 second. Yeah. Okay. Right. So next point. That is the main agenda I have. Existing syllabus, existing curriculum, methodological changes, teaching learning situation change, assessment patterns must be changed, the scales of assessment and evaluation must be changed, examination system, then upgrade it to whatever digital expectations we have. Then proficiency wise, global standards. At least national standards we will try to do, but many students and teachers nowadays link up with international organizations. So what happens? They expect this level of proficiency. So better to have it in our curriculum. That is a suggestion I have here. Then burning issues in ELT and learning. I request everybody to pay attention to this slide because there are so many issues I mentioned here. Domain based English syllabi. ESL, EAP and ESP courses, equal importance to LSRW skills. Intentionally I kept LS in red color because that is listening and speaking. Because reading and writing we are focusing more. Maybe India or any other country. Third world countries, non-English speaking countries, I mean. But what about listening and speaking? Is it a necessary component in your English language teaching? How many listening exams do we conduct? Do we conduct at all? How many speaking exams we conduct? Is it marked for? No, only reading, writing we are interested in. So what is happening? Two skills are improved at the cost of another two skills. And in TOEFL and GRE or IELTS exam, there is a necessary component of listening and speaking also. So students face it very difficult. They cannot answer listening and speaking test. So they lose marks. Global rating, you will fall down. And why is it happening? Let us work backwards. There is some lacuna in our curriculum, in our syllabus. If you integrate listening, speaking, reading, writing, four skills equally, then there won't be any problem. And this is the time, sir. Maybe some extra classes or something. I request administrators to help English departments to do some experiments because they need some extra time for the benefit of the students. That is my humble request. Okay, then the other issue is ESL, EAP, and ESP courses. English as a second language, English for academic purposes, English for specific purposes, equal importance to all four skills. Then rural and urban learners, upliftment is required. Language and literature divide. See, for MA, for example, of any university in India, we study British English, American literature, poetry, prose, grammar, drama, phonetics, linguistics, and ELT. That's a huge package. Look at Oxford University courses, MA in TESOL, MA in ELT. So what is happening? We read so many things and go. When you go for international appointment, the first question is MA English what? So an English teacher will say, sir, MA English literature, but they are interested in language. We studied both language and literature, but we couldn't bifurcate that language and literature. So that is becoming a big problem in some countries. Compare with Oxford, Harvard degrees syllabi, we have more syllabus than those universities. But what is happening? We are more focused on literature than language. Literature is fine, that is bigger in terms of vocabulary or imageries and all, that is bigger than language. High standard of language is used in literature, no doubt about it. But in the market, more value for ELT than literature is seen anywhere you go. So a balance has to be struck there. Then industry based curriculum, sectoral aligned, tourism, law, management, sciences, etc. Interdisciplinary courses as per NEP 2020, integrating skills with curriculum, present research. This is what is going on, sir, now. All the administrators of the colleges, universities, those who are listening to me, this is what is going on now. Present research, integrating skills with curriculum. There should be some workshops. There should be some seminars, face to face also. Now that the cases are less, COVID. Okay, so we can do this. Online courses and validation. I remember CAL 2000 and 2004 with reference to my Guruji, Professor Damodar Garu, Vice Chancellor Chaitanya deemed to be University, Warangal. He suggested in the year 99, 2000, 22 years ago, that there should be digitization of all these English courses. And we started a PhD project in the year 99, 2000, 20 years ago or 22 years ago. And we successfully published articles, and I submitted a thesis to Kakatiya University also. It is there in the library. That's how we become pioneers in e-learning in India. No other university thought about it. At that time, you check the database in the year 99, 2000. I don't know whether IITs, IIMs have done that, but we have started. But we couldn't take it forward because this digitization, online teaching was not so popular 22 years ago. So some lacuna happened, some gap came. And now we are happy to see that what we thought of 20 years ago is happening now. And it's a healthy change. Then international focus, ELT or literature, MA English. When I went to the interviews in Maldives, Oman and other areas, the first question was MA English what? Is it literature or language? And our universities produce only MA English literature. Is there an MA ELT course? Except in EFLU or somewhere, we don't find MA in ELT. I think universities like Gondwana University or whichever university, if they can offer MA in ELT, MA in ESP, I think that is going to benefit a lot. Okay, then Indian degrees versus foreign degrees is an issue because nobody tried to standardize Indian degrees with global standards. National education policy is saying that interdisciplinary courses, multidisciplinary research should happen. And UGC is saying do this, do this, do this. Fine. But has anybody tried to make Indian degrees recognized world over? That's the question I wanted to ask everybody in this August gathering. Maybe administrators, maybe principals who can take our point to UGC or anybody. Our Indian degrees are no way less than any international degree. We are studying more. But is it recognized equally on par with European countries or at least on par with third world countries? No. Even today, a British degree, American degree is more valid, considered valid when you compare it to Indian degrees. And we, all of us know that India has taught to the world through our Takshila University, Vallabhi University, all those universities thousands of years ago, where those global standards have disappeared. Now, again, we are thinking of new education policy, which is nothing new in my view, because these interdisciplinary studies happened during the time of Kautilya also. Takshashila University. You look at the syllabi and how many departments were there, how many thousands of students from globally used to come and study there in India. And suddenly something changed over the centuries. Then people started recognizing Oxford, Harvard, and other universities great. They are great universities, no doubt about it. But India is no less than anybody. And our degrees must be given due importance and international recognition. This is my request to University Grants Commission, Ministry of Education, and all the principals, all the vice chancellors and research scholars who are working in these areas. Not only English, any degree, any UG, PG degrees must be treated as equivalent to international degrees, because India has thousands of years of history and our standards, our syllabi is much more than foreign universities. I have visited so many countries. I interacted with vice chancellors and principals. With that exposure, I am telling in this seminar that our degrees have more syllabus than many foreign universities. And I am glad that NEP 2020 is asking us to restructure the courses, do it multidisciplinary and all. That is a very good, healthy change. But how practical it is. So across India, in every university, in every department, every college, there should be rigorous discussions about this. And implementation, we have discussed a lot. Now it is a time for implementation. So my request is all the administrators and HODs, lecturers should sit together, and whenever we have time, we will come there and we have to do something practical. This is my request, sir. Then industry based, integrating skills with curriculum, present research, online courses and validation, international focus. I already spoke. Global market trends. You see, IELTS, CELTA, TESOL. The CELTA and TESOL are just 120-hour courses, and the fee will be anywhere between 2.5 lakhs to 3 lakhs. If anybody, any English language teacher or student wants to do CELTA course offered by Cambridge University, British Council in India, and TESOL courses offered by many institutions, they just cost you 2.5 lakhs. And this 120 hours course is not even equivalent to one paper which we studied at MA level. English teachers, I am talking about English syllabus. So 120-hour course can cost that much, and how much our MA should cost? And how much MA English in England or America is costing? Nearly 6 to 10 lakhs. And compare the standards now. you will understand what I am trying to say. We have more syllabus, we are studying more. But when it comes to comparison, the price of those degrees, I mean the cost of study or whatever, including cost of living, fee, online traveling, international, all that if you put together, that is huge. And what we are doing is, we are not trying to standardize, and nobody is requesting, either UGC or Niti Aayog or Department of Education, Ministry of Education should put this in the agenda of UNO, United Nations organizations, and say that Indian education system is like this, and our standards are like this, syllabus is like this. So henceforth, give us recognition internationally to treat Indian degrees as equivalent to or on par with these countries. This is the main agenda, main issue actually. Internally we are changing. Globally also, let us get the due recognition for Indian courses. And for that, the efforts of the students, research scholars, English lecturers, HODs, principals, vice chancellors, at every level that effort should be there, sir. It's a joint effort. It is not one man show, or in one day it is not going to happen. Okay. Then it comes to compulsion of IELTS for faculty, teachers also. In some international recruitments, IELTS or TOEFL score for English teachers is made compulsory. Even for British colonial countries. My question is, 180 years British have ruled in India. So English language has gone into our sand, our trees, our forests, our rivers, our blood, our bones also. So English language is no more a foreign language for Indians. Am I right? Because so many Indian languages, and wherever you go, English is understood. It is spoken, it is written. In official language also, you have letters, all are in English. And at least limited knowledge of English is there with everybody. Somebody may be good at writing, somebody is good at speaking, somebody is good at something else. But English is known to us. Even Indian English teachers, when you go for a foreign appointment, they say, do you have IELTS score? That to 7 or 8 band. Then my question is, British colonial countries, in how many countries British rule was there? And British system of education was followed for years together, centuries together. Even today, we have to be in that grade. I mean, IELTS should be there with you. Then only you are something, otherwise no. I don't know who set this standard. We appreciate and we respect those rules. But some exemptions for British colonial countries like India. That is my request and my proposal also. I don't know how far it is going to happen. I think at the level of Niti Aayog or UGC, Minister of Education, these issues should be discussed. And in Vice Chancellor's meetings, Dean's meeting, or English Department meetings at various levels in the country, these topics must be discussed. Then only we will be able to do some justice. And efforts to standardize our teaching and learning. That's what I am trying to suggest here. Okay, then orientation of students and faculty towards the above. All these points must be frequently discussed by faculty and students wherever you are working, and with the help of course, principals, vice chancellors, and HODs. That is the idea. Then let's forward. Is there time? Some more time, or Dr. Medvedev is already online? I don't know. Please check organizers, because we have given time to Dr. Medvedev, our international guest. We should accommodate him. We can speak
Dr. Kalyan,
anytime.
we can continue to 9:45.
Okay, another 10-15 minutes I have. Kindly check if Dr. Medvedev is online. Just say welcome something, because I don't know whether he is online.
You can continue, sir. Kalyan, you can continue for 10 more minutes.
Keep checking the entry. Somebody will be asking for entry. Keep admitting, because he is there and no phone connection with Dr. Medvedev. That's why I'm telling.
Yes, joined. I am online. No.
Right.
He joined, sir. He joined.
Okay. Let's welcome Dr. Medvedev. Dr. Gennady Medvedev, can you appear on the screen, sir, once, please?
He's online. He's online.
No, video. I think I will stop for a while, welcome him, then start again. Okay.
Oh, okay.
That's better.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's not on the screen.
Not answering?
No. He's online, but he's not on the screen.
He messaged. He's online.
He's online. He gave the message. Just put a message. He's online.
Good morning, Dr. Kennedy
Good
Medvedev.
morning. Good morning, and I'm happy to
Namaste.
see you all. And
Yeah.
yes, namaste. And
Namaste, good
I'll let you
morning,
continue
welcome.
your presentation. I'm ready, and I can start in 10 minutes.
Thank you
morning
so
to
much,
everyone.
Dr. Kennedy, for being available. Being a weekend, I know in the Middle East it is weekend today, but we appreciate your time, sir. And thanks to Dr.
Sure.
Victoria and yourself and the university for giving you approval. And we are glad
Yes.
that you have sent us the proposal. Prezi might open here, so I request you, you can open from there. If it doesn't open, just continue your talk,
We'll
sir.
see what
I just
happens.
stopped
Yes.
for you
Okay.
in the middle,
Okay.
just
All right.
to welcome you.
Yes.
And
Yes. I hope everything opens. Yes.
yeah, we as Indians believe in that Sanskrit quotation, you see, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. It means
Exactly.
the whole world is a family for us.
He's on.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Okay. Thank you so much for joining us. With your permission and organizers' permission, let me continue for another 10 minutes. Is it okay, Dr. Kennedy?
Exactly, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, you can continue, sir. 10 minutes.
Because guest can't be kept waiting. That's why I stopped in the middle.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure.
All right. Yes, sir. I hope my slide is visible.
Yes,
Yes,
it
sir,
is visible. It is visible.
So I'm glad that our international guest is there and all of us are going to listen to
Waiting.
him shortly, including me.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yes, sir. So, testing all skills. That's what I'm emphasizing here. Where was I? Yeah. Orientation of students and faculty towards the above. All these points must be well discussed. Then, issues continued. Teacher education. Are the existing faculty trained enough in the usage of digital media and tools? Recently, I have done Google's educator course. It's not that I don't know Google, it's not that we don't use Google apps, but there is a special certification for educators by Google now to upgrade the existing skills. So I have undergone 8 weeks of rigorous training online, then examination, then I got through that certification. I just did it for upgrading my existing skills. So there is a need to upgrade existing faculty knowledge and skills about digitization and digital usage, digital apps usage. I mean, training for updating practically as per the above needs. GCE certification, Google Certified Educator or Microsoft Certified Educator. I just suggest every teacher must do this because all the app software are developed by these software giants, Microsoft or Google. Then faculty recruitment scenario. This is policy matter, but I am just mentioning. Quality and experience of the candidates must be first criteria. I mean, what level of teaching you are doing, how much experience you have, and how much knowledge you are putting in, and how much knowledge is transferred in the classroom. That should be the main criteria. But you know the criteria nowadays, how it is going. I'm not going deep into that, but the knowledge and skills of the faculty must be taken into consideration. Then, when it comes to research and publications, national and global ratings and faculty contribution. National level and global level ratings depend on faculty contribution. Maybe methods of teaching, maybe their publications, or maybe their hours of teaching, their standards of teaching. So many issues are there. That's why whatever is happening in the classroom at any faculty level, any department level, will on the whole contribute to the institutional rating. That's why it has to be encouraged. The faculty and administration should work in tandem. Then, LinkedIn and Facebook profiles highlighting our research or our activities which are going on. That is a quick way of getting global recognition for your institutional work which you are doing. Then UGC CARE journals, Scopus journals, ABDC journals, Web of Science journals. At least one publication per 6 months or 1 year is expected. But at the same time, before expectation, there should be facilities also. Maybe your library, maybe permission for the teachers, maybe on duty leaves, so many things. That is administrative matter. So I leave it to vice chancellors, HODs, and principals. Then need-based evaluation, assessment, and testing. This is the crux. Testing all skills I mean L, S or W equally, which is not happening in some institutions even today. I kept LS intentionally in red color. I hope it is appearing on the screen. LS, listening and speaking skills are highly neglected in some countries, including our own country, India. Do we have a test equally for reading, writing? I mean, in listening, speaking also, do we have a test? If there is any test happening, please tell me. In some countries, right from LKG to postgraduate level, they have listening, speaking, reading, writing test because globally, IELTS is testing all the skills. TOEFL is testing all the skills. So we can't neglect the two skills at the cost of reading and writing. That's what I'm requesting. If you want to change anything immediately, please change this. Give equal importance, English teachers, to all the four skills in teaching and testing also. Then, yeah, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship and various central government skills like in India, I mean, Prime Minister's Kaushal Vikas Yojana, Technical Education Quality Improvement Program, Deen Dayal Upadhyay Kaushal Yojana, PMGRY, Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, Atmanirbhar Bharat, all these are central government, union government schemes in India. Then UNO, United Nations Organizations, SDG 4, Sustainable Development Goal 4 is solely focusing on quality education. Globally, UNO has set 17 sustainable development goals. In that, goal number 4 is just talking about sustainable development. Goal number 4 is on quality education only. Even UNDP, UNESCO, World Education Economic Forum, World Health Organization emphasize skill development. Important questions for higher educational institutions. What is the importance given to soft skills development at universities and colleges in private and public sectors in India? Because the seminar is organized by India, I am saying India, but it is applicable to even many countries across the globe. What is the importance given to soft skills development on the curriculum? How many marks have we allotted? How many books are there on these skills? Is it a component on your curriculum or evaluation? How many universities offer degrees or PG diplomas or diplomas in life skills education? I heard the Central University of Kerala has a special department for life skills education. Even at EFLU, some research scholars are working on life skills education. We interact with them frequently. So it is time to design interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary courses. Little bit of skill, little bit of language and something together can become a wonderful interdisciplinary course. Or in English language teaching itself, because we talk about communication skills, this is nothing but one of the soft skills and life skills. I think this can be integrated into that. So there is a need for separate workshop. Organizers, we can talk at length about these things. I am just raising some issues here. Glad to see that many organizations like ICFA and many, they have this skill development integration. They do FDPs and all. So this is the expected skill set globally: adaptability, collaboration, communication, civic and cultural awareness, creativity, innovation, critical thinking, problem solving. And many skills are there, like complex problem solving skills, critical thinking. We talk about it in reading skills, we talk about it while teaching writing, and so many places critical thinking is coming now. But is it properly integrated into our English language teaching and learning also? And other subjects, of course. Creativity, coordination, emotional intelligence, all these are touching upon interdisciplinary areas like psychology, education, language teaching. All these are touched upon when you talk about skills. Now, how many PG or UG students are equipped with some of the above skills? Is there any testing system which is checking that in terms of skills where our students are standing? Is there a test like that? I don't think so. Are they integrated into the existing courses properly? Are they assessed periodically? These are the questions not only for teachers but also administrators. I am putting because both should come together if you want to see some change in the education system. And these are some of the experiments, teaching assignments I have been doing in Oman between 14 and 18. And international teachers and students. We met for CELTA trainers in Turkey 2015. So wherever I go, I have been talking about these issues and trying to know what is happening exactly, and more I would like to share in international forum. Recently, Myanmar teachers were trained by us, a team of teachers under Higher Education Training for Teachers, HETT. The founder is from Canada. Actually, I wanted to invite her for this international seminar organized by Shivaji College, Rajura. I tried also. My friend Venkatramana knows about it, but she couldn't come. She appears here at the center. You can see on the screen. This is Lisa Vance. She is the founder of Higher Education Training for Teachers. She identifies experts in every country. I'm glad that from India I was identified as one of the volunteer teachers. Free of cost, we trained Myanmar teachers. My student appears here at the left side, top left side. Okay, she is an associate professor in Myanmar, but she wanted to learn English. So online, free of cost, we conducted trainings for them for 2-3 months. But unfortunately, Myanmar is under siege now, under military coup. So internet is closed, mobiles are not working. So we are unable to reach our students. So that is out of hands. But this is what we are doing, sir, nationally and internationally. That's what I wanted to share with you. Then ASBM University Bhubaneswar conducts the skill development, especially every year 4 to 5 days under the guidance of Professor Vishwajit Patnaik sir, founder, chairman, president of ASBM University in Bhubaneswar. He invites us to conduct 4 to 5 days skill development program exclusively. I fly down to Bhubaneswar, then sit with the faculty and students like this, and I spend 3 days bringing out their innate talent in terms of skills. So these experiments I am sharing with you, these can be done by any college, any university across India and other countries also. Finally, World Economic Forum suggested 10 growing skills left side and 10 growing declining skills. Again, your critical thinking, active learning, uh, complex problem solving, leadership, emotional intelligence, all these things are there. But are they integrated? Are we thinking of integrating this? Maybe into ELT or something else. Finally, I want to quote Albert Einstein. Everybody is a genius, but if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live its whole life believing that it's a stupid. Unquote. Albert Einstein. Because after teaching, integrating, designing curricula, designing our syllabi, we come to the necessary evil of testing, right? The examination system. But what is happening? In examination system, we have like this evaluation and assessment system. There are many types of creatures, many types of students, and there is one single examination which says for a fair selection, everybody has to take the same exam. Please climb the tree. Imagine if elephant tries to climb the tree, can it succeed? For example, a seal or fish tries to climb a tree because it is a test. We have designed the exam. Come on, fish, try to climb the tree. If you climb, you are A grader. If you cannot climb, you are C grader. And if it is a monkey or a bird, in 2 minutes it can go to the top branch and it is A grader. Elephant can probably break the tree and bring down the tree under its feet, but it is not the test. It fails the test. So what I'm trying to say is the testing system should be based on the level of the students. Accordingly, we have to design. Now, while testing also, I suggest all the language teachers, please look at Frames of Mind, the Theory of Multiple Intelligence by Howard Gardner, 1983 publication. He suggests that 9 types of intelligences are existing in a human being, in a learner, or in an individual. So while testing, if you try to take care of these things, and I mean more than 1 or 2 intelligences, if you take into consideration, then the testing will be justified. You may say we don't have that much time, but when you are thinking of National Education Policy 2020 suggested by Indian government, and maybe in different countries different policies are there, in testing, if we can integrate this, that calls for another workshop. If anybody is interested, please discuss with us. Our email ID, everything is here. And I request Dr. Medvedev also, please think about it, sir. In this August gathering, I would like to put a word to you also. If there is any opportunity to redesign syllabi, redesign curricula, redesign testing systems, my help will be always there to any university in India or abroad. That's what I wanted to say. So I quote Buddha finally. If a man or woman can control his mind, he can find the way to enlightenment, and all wisdom and virtue will naturally come to him. Unquote. Gautama Buddha. That's all from my side. Thank you very much, Shivaji College, Rajura, under the dynamic leadership of Dr. S.M. Warkad, sir, principal, and the management is always ready to help us. And the Department of English, I appreciate your efforts, sir. Mr. Venkatramana, Mr. Shende, and all the team members and technical team for organizing this in such a short notice. And I am glad that Dr. Medvedev is here. I think over to the organizers. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Okay. Okay.
Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Kalyan. Exactly, rightly said, sir. In this changing scenario, we have to focus on the modern technologies that have emerged. Today's education system around the world is undergoing a sea change. With the start of new millennium, many countries have been engaging in a serious, promising educational reforms. Definitely, sir, teaching with the technology is useful and essential for the students and professionals as well. Certainly, now the time has come to shift from conventional mode to the technical mode. Definitely, sir, it is very useful talk. Your presentation is very appreciable. Thank you, my dear friend, Kalyan Chakravarti. Now,
My pleasure, sir. My pleasure.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. You did well. Now I invite Dr. Aslam Sheikh, Associate Professor, NH College, Brahmapuri, to convey vote of thanks.
Sir, Ramna sir, one minute. I think Dr. Kennedy is waiting. Let us
Just 2
accommodate
minutes.
him. Yeah.
Okay, okay.
So you can
Just
take
2
1
minutes.
minute and
Okay.
over to Kennedy.
Okay,
Kennedy.
within 2 minutes, just inaugural vote of thanks. He will my organizing.
Is it
co-organizing.
okay, Dr. Kennedy? He's just taking
Just
2
for
minutes.
2 minutes.
Yeah.
So with your permission, sir.
Yes.
So
Yes.
Kennedy, sir, just for. So now I invite Dr. Aslam Sheikh, Associate Professor, NH College, Brahmapuri, to convey a vote of thanks for the inaugural session. Over
Can we
to
all appear on the screen, sir, please? Once on video, you can capture a screenshot because this is August presence
we'll
of
try.
110
Yeah.
participants online,
Participants.
and YouTube streaming is live. I don't know whether Facebook stream is also live. It is truly global event now. Yes.
Yeah. We shall try. We shall try. I will intimate to our technicians,
Yes, sir.
Dr.
Go ahead,
Deshmukh,
go
what
ahead.
to do. And after this, so over to Aslam Sheikh. So, please
Thank you,
convey vote of
Venkataraman
thanks.
sir. Thank you.
Sir.
I'm extremely thankful to organizers for entrusting me with the privilege of proposing vote of thanks. First of all, without taking much of the time, because Kennedy sir is waiting for there.
Exactly.
First of all, I would like to thank Principal Dr. S.M. Warkad sir, who has really set the platform for the further proceedings. As he said that only those who are technologically upgraded can survive in this world, and he has quoted that survival of the fittest. Secondly, I am extremely thankful to our beloved and honorable Principal Dr. Namdev S. Kokode sir for for his encouraging words, and he has stressed the virtual lab, language lab, and how important all these things, particularly for the teachers belonging to this rural area in the institutions who are affiliated to Gondwana University, located in Naxalite affected area. I am thankful to him, particularly for just diverting our attention to the fact that 60% teaching and learning in the coming days is going to be happen. So we have to be updated for that. Next, our keynote speaker of inaugural program, Dr. Kalyan Chakravarti sir. I'm extremely thankful to you, sir, for your comprehensive, informative, and resourceful talk. You have covered almost all the issues. I would the essence of your talk, which I have got, is that existing and expected level. In terms of skills, in terms of programs, in terms of policy making, we have to change. We have to not only upgrade our students, but also our teachers and try to make them to take the courses like IELTS, TESOL, and so that they can upgrade them and we can perform on par with the other institutions abroad. Thank you very much, sir. And that's all for vote of thanks for inaugural function. I am thankful to others as well, organizers and organizing members, and all the delegates who have been there all the time the lecture was going on. I am thankful to all you, and that's all for vote of thanks of this inaugural program. And I invite Venkatraman sir for further proceeding. Over to you, Venkatraman sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Now we have Dr. Gennady Medvedev for the technical session. May I invite, before inviting him, just a brief introduction of Dr. Medvedev. Dr. Gennady Medvedev holds a BA in teaching English and German and a PhD in Germanic languages from Minsk State Linguistic University in Belarus, where he began his professional career in 1996. Since 2009, he has been teaching at the foundation and credit levels at the Center for Preparatory Studies in Sultan Qaboos University, Oman. He has presented research papers at numerous international conferences and workshops and authored various publications in ELT. His main research interest in L2 acquisition, language variation, and methodology, and he has graciously accepted our invitation. Thanks very much, sir. Please, over to you, Dr. Gennady, sir. So,
good morning, everyone, and I'm very happy to be part of your conference. Just on a technical note, can everyone hear me? I don't want to sound very loud.
Yes,
on the other hand, I want to be heard.
Sir,
okay,
it's clear,
very good.
Sir, it's clear. It's clear.
Yes. The second technical thing is I will be sharing my slides now, and I hope you will be able to see them. Please let me know if everything is okay from the technical perspective. Can you see the slides? Yes.
Yes, sir.
No?
Sir,
Yes,
it is seen. It is seen. It is clear, sir.
There is a TED video, right. Dr. Gennady. We can see that.
Video is clear, sir.
All right. You checked the video as well, right?
Yes.
Fantastic.
It's clear, sir.
This is just a technical note, and if something doesn't work for whatever reason, let's be patient. It's technology. We're far away from each other, but we're very close. As Dr. Kalyan said, we're all members of the same family, the ELT family, the academic family.
Exactly.
I'm very happy to be with you today on this e-conference occasion. And I would like to thank you for inviting me to talk about something related to our students, but not only the students, but also their skills and how we enhance them, and how we can use TED Talks as a tool to help our students enhance their language skills in general and presentation skills in particular. It is a webinar or a web seminar, so I'll probably ask you to work a little bit. So for that reason, you probably have to just play along and do something. Also, I would like to say that my webinar will take about 30 to 35 minutes. And please save your questions that I will address at the end of this webinar for about 10 minutes, if that's okay with you. I would like to say one more time that I'm slightly behind you, in fact, an hour and a half. It's 8:32 in Oman, where I'm delivering this message from. My name is Gennady Medvedev. I'm not related to a famous tennis player, although tennis is my big hobby. I work at Sultan Qaboos University, and I'm very happy to extend my greetings from SQU to your colleges, to your college, to your part of the world. I chose the theme for my webinar as a classroom with empty chairs. Normally there will be students there, would you agree with me? But for various reasons, and for the opportunity to deliver this message through Zoom, maybe we should be happy that we are able to do things like this and talk to each other, even with an imaginary classroom environment. First of all, I would like you to look at the picture. You see a bird and you see an airplane. Can you see the picture? It's in the on your screen, right? Right-hand side?
Yes, we
Okay,
can see.
I'm just, okay, all right. It's actually my photograph. I like photography, it's a hobby. And I took it once from behind the new Muscat International Airport area. And in fact, it was published in one of the local journals. And I was just thinking, the bird and the plane take different directions. And now, before we start the webinar, I want to think about directions for a minute. You have the world map in front of you, and I think I know where you are right now and wherever you could be at this moment physically. Can you think of the directions and where Oman is? Okay, you have the map. You can point using your virtual pencil or virtual pen. Okay. And second question, where is my home country where I originally come from, Belarus? So which direction do you need to point? Okay, I'm going to help you just in case. This is where Oman is. Can you see it on the screen, right? I'm pointing at a country and you can see Oman, group C. Yes? Can you see it on the screen? Okay, and this is where my country is. And now I would like to ask you to imagine that you have to think of the direction to the closest airport from where you are, whichever part of India or elsewhere you are. Can you now close your eyes for a second? Just close your eyes. Yes, and in fact, you have to close your eyes. I told you, you have to work a little bit today. So close your eyes and think of directions and point. Where is the closest airport? Just point. Where is it? Okay. And then don't open your eyes. I'd like to ask you, where is your classroom now? Where do you teach? Okay, point. Okay, all right. Okay. Wherever it could be, let's move on to the topic of directions. And here, what I would like to start with. I read the theme of your conference, which is related to technology. In fact, I'm on the list of presenters. I appear as a technical session. And before we start, I want to look at the word technology itself. We often think of technology as our smartphone, or we probably think of technology as Zoom or Google Classroom or anything related to the newest advancements in technology. But if you look at the definition of technology in the online Cambridge dictionary, you'll find it's basically about knowledge and methods. Yes, it's about equipment, but it's also about knowledge and methods that are used in science. In our case, in teaching foreign languages, in linguistics. And this is what I'd like to focus on today. I'm not talking about the equipment. Fortunately, we're able to talk to each other through this Zoom conference, and I'm using Prezi slides to be able to deliver my message to you. But let's think about knowledge and methods to deliver this knowledge. When we enhance students' presentation skills, when we utilize the technology, and when we can scaffold different types of skills in our learning environment. This is what I'd like to be based on. So today, technology in my presentation is about knowledge and the methods to deliver this knowledge to our students. Why TED Talks? Why did I choose? And I will introduce part of a lesson, ELT class, that is based around a popular TED Talk. But why TED Talk? Well, my answer is why not? They're popular, they're authentic. There's a huge variety of topics. In fact, I went to their website that you can now see the screenshot on your screen. Just the topics under the letter A are so various, and you can see that it's about art, animals, aliens, Africa, you name it. There is a TED Talk almost about anything. And what is important for us is that it can provide a context for an ELT classroom. Whatever you plan to teach, whatever you plan to take into your classroom, TED Talk could be very helpful. The lesson that I'll be introducing to you, or part of a lesson, was created as part of a course book, which we called Great Talks, that is used for the credit course for English specialists. We call it EES, which is called English for English Specialists, in which we take different TED Talks as the key elements of various units related to the course. I'm going to share with you one of them, which is an extra unit, which I designed myself during the pandemic. It is based on a popular TED Talk, which was delivered to the female audience. In fact, it was TED Women back in 2017 by a cognitive scientist from the United States, from University of California, San Diego. Her name is Lera Boroditsky. You can see her on the screen. It's a very popular TED Talk. It was viewed, as you can see, for over 17+ million times. Interestingly enough, when I was selecting a topic and a presenter for this particular unit from for the course book, I discovered that this professor, in fact, immigrated from my home country at the age of 12. And her first and last name are Russian. Now she has very strong background working for MIT and Stanford. And as I said, she's a very popular TED Talk presenter. What this particular TED Talk or lecture could provide for us as teachers is the content to begin with. And the topic of this talk is how language shapes the way we think. In fact, I would like to thank Dr. Kalyan for making some references to my webinar already when he talked about some cognitive skills that are important and the soft skills that are important and the emerging skills that are important these days. This or such talks can help us enhance students' skills, various types of student skills.
Please, somebody, please, somebody is unmute. Please mute yourself. Please, participants.
Yes.
Some disturbance is coming. Please mute yourself, all the participants. Now, carry on, sir. Carry on, sir. Sorry for this.
Yes, thank you. As a matter of fact, I should have done it before because I believe in creativity and what is one of the more and more emerging skills that we need in the 21st century. And in fact, I'm wearing a special T-shirt today. I just want to share it to you. It's called Did You? And you can start that question related to anything. I actually meant to say, did you turn off your phones? In fact, I'm going to use my T-shirt a little later with this question, did you? in a few minutes. Well, thank you for letting me continue. What I would like to say about this particular talk or a similar talk, we as teachers could use it as framework. And if you look at the keyword here is framework. We create as teachers a frame for our students, and that will allow them to put something into that frame. Would you agree with me? Any painter, anybody who's creative artist would first have to have a certain frame. How big, how much is this particular piece? And then once we have the frame for our students, we create that frame, they can work on it or within that framework. Now, let's set the context for this particular lesson, as I told you. It starts with a picture, as I shared with you before. It shows an airplane and a bird. And I'd like to ask you a question. In which direction is the plane heading? What is your opinion? Is it south, east, maybe west, north? Well, answer that question in your mind. You don't need to type anything. It's just for you to set the context for this particular lesson. However, it is quite a challenging task for us as teachers to create the proper context for our class. what would make our students interested in this particular lesson, in this particular material? What could be interesting for you may not be always fun for them. So let me just ask you to do something about that. I chose to do it this way. Let's imagine that many people come to our classroom with different emotions. Some may be bored, maybe they're excited about your class, maybe they're tired, they've had a difficult day, maybe they're angry about something, okay? So what I'd like you to do is, and I asked you to work a little bit during this webinar, is that imagine there's a partner next to you. If there is, that's fantastic. If there isn't, you can talk to yourself with an imaginary partner. And this is the first paragraph of the TED Talk that I mentioned before. Please choose one of these emotions. Maybe you're bored right now. Maybe my presentation is boring already, or you're excited to talk about this. Okay, unmute yourself and choose one of the emotions, and please read this particular abstract. I'm giving you exactly 1 minute to do that, 45 seconds. Please do it.
Shall be speaking?
No, don't speak. Just talk to yourself. I know you're all muted. We have 100 plus. Okay. If somebody wants to speak, please do, but we have to guess what kind of emotion you have at that case. Anybody wants to? Go ahead. Okay.
Yes,
Your minute is over. And now what I'd like you to do, let's look at how the presenter talks about this in the very beginning of her lecture. I'm going to share another screen with you. I hope that's possible. Let's see if that works. I have a new share now. 1 second. I'll do that perhaps a little later, guys. There'll be a shared video to this particular talk, which I will do in a few minutes. So what I want to say now is that I'm showing a student the way he or she can set the context. Just actually reading something, as easy as it is, or as easy as it could be, when the teacher, in our case, as part of the framework, allows the student a certain twist. In other words, read it, yes, but now you're tired, or you're bored, or you're excited. At least you give a different type of creativity, an element of creativity to that particular part of a lesson. Can I move on now, right? Can you see it now on the screen?
Yes, sir, clear.
Okay, right. Now, just a technical question. You now see setting the context. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is this the slide you see? Okay, because I tried to make the slides as easy as possible. I mean, in terms of the visual effect. I'm not trying to impress you with the slides, of course, but since it's a more advanced level of learners that we're aiming at, certainly we would ask them a question about how using different words to show directions be connected to the topic of the TED Talk. And now we come to the stage of introducing key vocabulary. And that's an important stage when it comes to listening or reading class. In this case, I took the summary of the TED Talk, and the bold type vocabulary items are, in my opinion, the keywords in this lecture. And the question that we as teachers should be dealing with is, what do we do with this vocabulary? How do we work with it? Do we pre-teach it ourselves, meaning pronunciation, form, etc., in that order? Or do we let the students work more independently on the key vocabulary? Whatever decision you take, today we have a lot of keys to the key vocabulary, including online tools. I've posted just a few dictionaries that are available online. I use dictionary.cambridge.org quite a lot in my class. The great thing about Macmillan Online Dictionary is that it has thesaurus, and we can, refer to that part of the online dictionary to make it even deeper understanding. Whatever you do, we do have to work on the key vocabulary before we move on to the lecture itself. So we come to the lecture and we're thinking, what do we do about this? All right. Yes, it's an authentic class. It was not published anywhere, so I have to think of my own questions. I have to think of the questions I want the students answer during the first part of the lecture, of the talk. And if you notice, it's about 14 minutes in duration. And it may be perhaps a bit too long. Some students find longer lectures boring or quite boring. You can imagine that this could be the case. And here's the first thing in terms of technology, in other words, method of dealing with this: change the class setting. If you think the students may react to a lecture and they might find it boring because it's too long, by the way, the first part that I have is almost 8 minutes in duration, almost 8 minutes. So change the setting. For example, and this is something I personally did 2 weeks ago, the same set of questions, 2 groups of students, but one of them takes the questions with them and they leave the classroom for 7 minutes, while the first group of students will be watching and taking notes of this part of the lecture. And then the first group will come back and they can have something to discuss because it's like a movie. You watched it, I didn't. Let's talk about this. So that's one of the simple tools. I hope your classroom or your environment allows this. It does allow me to do the so-called jigsaw watching. So this is something that I would suggest you could do. Now, 10 questions are true and false, classic example, but I want you to look at the question number 10. Can you see it? If you cannot, I would like to read it out to you. Russian speakers can differentiate between different shades of blue faster than the speakers of English. What is your answer to this question? Is it true or false?
It's true, sir.
I'm not sure if anyone here is a Russian speaker or knows a little bit of Russian. Let me just try to play this part of the video for you to answer that question. Again, from the technical standpoint, I hope it's going to open. Can you see it now on the screen? I'm now opening a new page. It's a TED Talk itself. Just a question. Can you see now TED Ed on your screen? Yes or no?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, fantastic. Can you now see the video? Guys, just a technical point, just to make sure that, can you see it?
Sir.
Can you, yes?
Yes, yes.
Okay, fantastic. I would like, as I told you, you have to work a little bit. It's a seminar. So I'm going to play 45 seconds of this talk. And I want you just to answer one question. Can we, as Russian speakers, clearly differentiate between the 2 shades of blue? Very easy. Can we or can we not, compared to the English speakers? Let's listen to this part of the talk.
Sir, voice is not.
It's not audible.
It's not
Excuse
audible,
me?
sir. No,
It's
sir.
not audible?
It's not audible, sir. It's visible, but not audible, sir.
Okay. Well, we have a technical problem here.
Might be, sir.
Is it a problem on my side or is it something that you have to do on your side?
Okay, sir. We'll try, sir. We shall try. From that side only, sir.
Excuse me?
Sir, from here, it's okay.
Okay, fine. Right. What I'd like to say, you can look at the screen now.
Sir.
It's part of the talk. And it shows you different shades of blue in Russian. And
visible.
we have Sini. Is it visible? Okay, at least it's visible. My apologies, guys, but there's a link to the talk in my presentation, and you can later follow up on it. Okay, my apologies for the technical part of it,
No, sir.
and
it's
to the
okay.
presenter
Carry on.
as well.
No, it's okay, sir. It's okay.
Yes, we as Russian speakers can easily, much easier, tell the difference between light blue and dark blue in terms of the language that we're using in Russian. May I continue and just focus more on the presentation? Let's see. Hold on, please.
Join the community.
It is visible, sir.
By investing online.
I don't know what's happening now.
क्या अपन प्ले करें यहाँ से? अपन प्ले करेंगे क्या? जरूरत है? Shall we play
I'm not
from
sure what's happening now. Okay, I'm just trying to return to my screen.
Sir.
Okay, I'm going to share. Can you? Okay, I will still wait. Hold on, guys.
This is good. We can see it now.
So it's
All right.
now
Okay.
audible, sir. Now and also visible.
Audible. Am I
Yeah.
audible or the lecture is audible?
We can
You're
hear
audible.
you and we see your screen.
Okay, fantastic. All right, guys. My apologies for the technical part of it. I'm just trying to. Okay, new share. Let me pause the share for a second, please. Give me 1 second, please. My apologies.
No. Okay, sir. Carry on.
Wait.
Some technical problem
Mm-hmm.
from that. Not
Yes,
issue,
there's
sir.
something happening on my side. 1 second.
Sir.
My apologies.
Shall we play, sir, from this side? Is it possible?
No, not necessarily. Let me just go back to my Prezi, because
Okay,
what
sir,
I was
sir.
trying to say is that students can later replay this part of the talk and see what they are, was it true or false? The answer to the question that I asked you, the question number 10 is yes, it is true that Russian speakers can tell the difference much easier than the English, native speakers of English or English speakers with the reference to the word blue. We have seen in Goluboy. Can we look at the next slide, please, together? And again, the link to the presentation is at the top of the slide. Is it now on your screen?
Yes, sir.
We have to continue with the lecture, and I told you it's about 14 minutes in duration. And the second part will ask students to watch for more details. And in this case, again, I put together 10 questions, and the answers are actually at the bottom of the page. But the question for us as teachers who create the framework for students is, what is the target lexis that we need in this particular part of the lecture? What do we want with this part of my class? Do we want to focus more on the grammar or on the vocabulary? What kind of vocabulary? We exploited later for what? And second question is spelling. And what do we do about the spelling? Should the spelling be correct or should it be recognizable? That's another challenge we as teachers should face and of course deliver to our students. Dr. Kalyan mentioned IELTS, an IELTS exam. When it comes to IELTS listening test, as we all know, spelling must be fully correct. So if students are actually more in the IELTS kind of zone, they need to make sure that the spelling is correct. I do have the answer key at the bottom of the page, but I don't have the answer to question number 10. If you followed this webinar carefully, you may have noticed that I already gave it away. Can you think of the answers to the question number 10? Actually, there are two answers. There are two gaps. It's how the language that you shapes the way you. So what are the two verbs that we need and you expect to see in these gaps? Okay, any answers? Any possible answers? Anyone? Oh, we have chat. Maybe I should check that in the chat.
Chat box.
Okay.
It's how the language
right.
that you
that you speak shapes the way that you think. And it's the last thought that the professor Boroditsky has shared in that talk. And this is something that we can take further in our classroom to the next stage. What do we do after you watch? Certainly there are some questions about the talk itself. Did the audience enjoy it? Why not? Did you like the talk? What are your takeaways from the talk? And today, again, Dr. Kalyan was talking about critical thinking, and perhaps you wouldn't find a single course book today without a point or some kind of reference there, critical thinking or think critically. Well, yes, let's think critically, but how do we do that? How do we select the points from the lecture, from the talk, that'll help our students think critically? In fact, I decided I'll just borrow two quotes from the lecture, from the TED Talk. One of them is, we humans are able to transmit knowledge across minds. And I would invite students to think of the 3 best methods to do it. Method, now go back to the word technology. Technology is not only about the equipment, it's also about knowledge and it's about method. And in the talk, Dr. Boroditsky was talking about 7,000 languages spoken around the world. Well, I would invite my students to choose 3 of them that they would like to learn and ask them why. I would like to stop and reflect now, and this has reference, guys, to a TED Masters course, which I personally took. Dr. Kalyan was talking about his 8 weeks of Google Educator course. Yes, I took one of the courses by TED companies called TED Masters course. And these are the 10 areas that I would like our students to reflect on when they have been exposed to successful presentation, a very good presenter, a very nice lecture in many ways. There's some yes and no questions that they should think about. Was this talk, or the talk that perhaps you guys have ever listened to, was it persuasive and easy to follow? Was the speaker in the moment with a distinct through line or connection theme in the talk? Was there any authentic connection with the audience? You can later watch the video that I shared with you, the 14-minute talk by Dr. Boroditsky. Did the person have good interaction with the people in the audience, with some examples and metaphors to illustrate the ideas? Humor, was any humor involved? Was there any successful eye contact with the audience? The visuals that hopefully were meaningful to the core idea of the talk. And of course, the gestures to illustrate relevant and important points. If the students answer yes to these 10 questions and take them to their own presentations, hopefully they will be successful as the presenter in the lecture itself. And hopefully that'll help them in their future professional careers and in future presentations. I promised to talk for about 35 minutes, which is now the time. And I would like to say that the slides have been shared with Dr. Kalyan as this presentation. And I would like just to use this opportunity to thank you for letting me talk to you about using TED Talks and this part of technology, ELT technology, in the classroom. I invite questions or comments. We posted a few links and references to what the students can also read further in their free time, and you as well. And now I see questions coming. Albrecht. Is that correct?
Dr. Medvedev, can I?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I am Dr. Suresh Kumar. It was
Yes,
a very
Dr.
nice
Suresh.
talk. It was a very nice talk, and that you tried to make the context more relevant with your linking up how the students can learn through TED Talks. It's very nice,
Yes.
and you have correlated very nicely. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sir, any questions, sir? Suresh,
I
sir?
thought it was a question. It was a comment. Well, thank you for the positive comment. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Sir.
Dr. Medvedev.
I
Thank you
thought
so much, Doctor. Dr.
Sir, carry
Ganesh,
on.
thank you so much for your time and presentation. It was very well received.
Sir, voice is not clear, sir. Sir, please remove your mask and you please, sir.
Yeah, your
No.
comment is well received, I'm saying.
The voice is not clear, your voice.
I'm saying presentation is received, Dr. Medvedev.
Kalyan, come on.
Yeah, your
I'm
topic
not
and
sure
your
if I heard.
presentation is well received, and we are glad to have you, sir. And in our future interactions also, we would like to have you, and wherever possible, we'll connect with each other in terms of research, teaching and training. Okay, doctor?
Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks to the
And please-
organizers. Yeah, you are
Yes,
welcome.
and please,
Convey request
please,
to all the friends, Dr. Tuzulukova and all,
I
on my
will.
behalf.
I definitely will.
Regards at SQ. Soon,
Yes.
inshallah, we'll meet
Drive
somewhere.
safely.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
I see you're on a motorcycle, I think. Drive safely. Watch out.
yeah.
Watch out on the road. Okay.
You can stay connected as long as you can, and we'll continue. Organizers, please continue your things because I have another
Yes.
session to do.
Okay,
Anyway, I'll be
okay.
online.
All right.
Thank you so much. Over to you, Ramnath sir. Continue.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
okay,
you.
okay.
Thank you very much. Drive safely or ride your motorcycle, whatever you're doing. Albrecht,
Sir.
I see your hand. You have raised it before. Hello?
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes.
Very good. So I'm coming from the University of Arizona and in Tucson, and I really appreciated your talk. But I wanted to ask you something about these TED Talks because I myself
Yes.
gave once a TED Talk.
Mm-hmm.
I remember it was a very big challenge. I had first thought, well, I just give a talk and that's it. It turned out to be at the end a highly prepared talk. We had to practice at least 4 or 5 times. And at the end, I felt like, okay, now it's very smooth. But at the same time, I also felt very much that it was almost a rote. So there's a certain problem. The TED Talk speakers have to give a very smooth talk. It's no longer really a critical scholarly talk, but rather almost trained, practiced, so that everything runs smoothly. And somehow I felt a little bit uncomfortable at the end myself. Yes, people liked my talk, my TED Talk, but I didn't like it at the end so much because I felt like I had lost the critical perspective. And so I just want to warn us all a little bit, as much as these TED Talks are fantastic, at the same time, we have to keep in mind they are very trained and well prepared to the point that they're almost no longer really scholarly, but rather for the public.
Right.
So, I want my
Albrecht.
students.
Yes, Albrecht, thank you very much for your comment. And first of all, my greetings to Arizona, one of my most popular states in the United States. As a matter of fact, there's a group of retired people in Arizona that I, during the COVID, was lecturing to. I gave them some, not TED Talks, but some talks related to other areas. But
Academy Village?
Albrecht,
The Academy Village?
no, it's no. There, it's called Puff. Okay. Anyways, I'm not going to take the audience attention from your comments, Albrecht. well, first of all, I need to borrow your talk to begin with. I don't know, I have to Google it and find it. Perhaps I could use it in my language classroom. That's one. And secondly, let's think of our course books, the materials. They, I think, even more prepared and more professionally made for the students than the TED Talks you're talking about. How many times do they practice the audios that they publish in their books compared to the 4 or 5 times that you did your TED Talks? I would imagine they do even more. At least what I wanted to say, there's a huge variety of talks, and we as students can, as teachers can select a talk for our students that is relevant to their major, relevant to their interest, relevant to their language skills, and use it for various reasons, academic reasons. I just showed an example of one talk which I used for English major students, and it was very relevant to them when you watch it, and it's very, very close to their major. That's why I just showed one example.
Yeah.
Yes, I understand we need to prepare. We need to prepare for the, how can I say that? To the talk which is less authentic as we would imagine, but we need something for our classroom, and a TED Talk can provide that material for the technology part of it, for the knowledge part of it. At least the knowledge is there. Would you agree with me? The way they deliver, the way they practice, it's the knowledge of the speaker that we can borrow and use in our classroom in a meaningful context.
Yeah, I had that other experience myself. There was a TED Talk, I saw it very recently, and that was not my area at all, but it really left a huge imprint on me because it was a photographer who has taken lots of photos for, I think, Times or some of the other, or National Geography, I think. And the one example he gave was that he wanted to take photos of certain flowers, very ordinary flowers, but he came there too late, and they already had started then developing their pollen. And he simply changed the perspective. Instead of getting the beautiful yellow, he suddenly took the photo from underneath, so that suddenly you could see the structure of the seeds, and suddenly a very beautiful aesthetics actually of nature emerged. So basically he alerted us to the need to look at things from a different angle sometimes, so to discover the beauty. So I agree with you that if you find a good TED Talk that simply changes your perspective, then it's okay. That's very good.
Thank you. I think I need to stop now. I didn't answer one question though. If you remember the picture, which I took myself, it's about the bird and the airplane. And remember, I asked you a question about directions. And yes, first of all, I'd like to say, whichever direction you take a TED Talk in your classroom, from the pedagogical perspective, it is your choice of the teacher to do so. But let me just say one more time that it is the framework that is very important. We need to create the proper frame for our students, and then they will work within that frame, perhaps even outside of that frame. But we need to give them that frame to begin with. And I was talking about directions, and I was talking about Muscat. Now we have Arizona online, and I was talking about different directions and the plane and the bird. As a matter of fact, if you were now flying from your state, I think it's Maharashtra, if I'm not mistaken,
exactly,
to Muscat, Oman, you will be landing in the same direction as the airplane was landing. It was actually coming from India or from the side of India. Well, the bird was taking a different direction, as we all do sometimes in our life. On that note, I would like to thank you one more time for being with me on this. Well, we have a very warm Saturday morning, and I wish you a successful event in your one-day e-conference. And it was my pleasure. Thank you all very much again. I hope that it was useful for the audience. And
thank you, sir.
it was not too boring. I had fun. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir. Directions may be
Goodbye. I wish you a good day. Namaste.
Please,
See you later.
all, please mute others, sir. Please, so thank you very much, sir. Directions may be different, but the ultimate goal is one. The different people have different directions, but ultimately they will reach for the cause of education. Your informative presentation helps a lot to overcome many challenges in the classroom teaching, sir. Ultimately, the goal is how better teacher can transform his knowledge to the students is the ultimate aim. Your presentation really helps a lot, sir. We are from the bottom of the heart very much thankful to you, sir. Once again, I express my thanks to you, sir. It's very useful, sir. Now,
thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Goodbye. Have a good day. Masalama.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Namaskar. Now, moving to the next speaker of the session. So, we will move to the next speaker of the session. A conference is a celebration of knowledge, an ardent orator and a devoted teacher who has mesmerized scholars and people of varied caliber with his intellect charm. I wish to extend a warm welcome. Before starting, I would like to give a brief introduction of the next speaker of the second technical session. That is Dr. Mr. Suresh Kumar, Professor, Department of English and Foreign Languages, Acharya Nagarjuna University, Guntur, Andhra Pradesh. He was invited as one among the 3 academicians from Andhra Pradesh to the Parliament of India to take suggestions to frame a new education policy in the year May 2016. He was also a member in expert committee to frame syllabus in English for Andhra Pradesh Public Service Commission recruitment examination also. He got International IMRF Best Teacher Award in Goa in 2016. He also got Andhra Pradesh Best Teacher Award for the year 2019 at the hands of Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. We are really proud to have such a great scholar with having more than 25 years of experience, and also he has presented so many national and international publications and also research papers in different contexts. So now may I invite Dr. Suresh Kumar to present. So over to Dr. Suresh Kumar.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, am I visible and visible?
Clear, sir. Clear. You are visible and audible, sir. Both. Carry on. Sir.
Okay.
It's good. Sir. It's good. Sir.
Yeah. Is it? I thank Venkata Ramana sir for giving nice words about me and talking about nice words about me. And in fact, through a WhatsApp group, I met him. And our common friend is Gurram Damodar, Professor Gurram Damodar. And through him that I was able to meet him. And he attended one of my seminar. And he asked me from that time onwards, okay, please give to us also one seminar. Okay?
Really, really is an opportunity, sir.
But that is an on translation, which is my favorite topic. But today it is topic on English language teaching and the use of technology in English language teaching. First of all, today that we should remember that William Shakespeare's, it is the birth and death anniversary of William Shakespeare. And we will start with
start.
Is it? Yes?
Clear, sir. Clear, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. It's clear, sir. Carry on.
Okay, sir. So, I would like to remember with one of his quotation. Even if you love me or hate me, both are favorable to me. Because if you love me, I will be in your heart. If you hate me, I will be in your mind. So, because all the time you think as an enemy like that. So, I hope that this is the apt quotation to remember. But from the beginning, when I observed this seminar or webinar, what we call, that we could understand from the words of Kalyan Chakravarti as well as Madhyadev. I think there are some people have to unmute.
Sir, please, some participants, I request to mute your mobiles or your whatever the gadget you have. Please, carry on, sir. Carry on.
Kalyan Chakravarti has mentioned as a keynote speaker what are the very important issues and relevant issues to be discussed in his
Please, somebody,
presentation.
please mute yourself. Sorry, sir. Sorry for the disturbance. Some presenters, some participants, please mute yourself, please. Important session is going on. Please, somebody, please, sir, carry on. Please, some participants, I request all the participants, please mute yourself. Important
Deshmukh sir,
discussion
please
is going.
unmute. Please mute the others. Deshmukh sir.
Yeah, you do that.
Sir, Deshmukh sir, please. Unmute all, sir. Sir, some
Hello, Deshmukh sir. Deshmukh sir.
Mute the others.
Mute all the participants, sir.
Hello, Deshmukh sir.
Sir.
Sir, please make Reddy sir as a host, co-host, so that he can handle muting and unmuting others. Otherwise, mute everybody else except the speaker.
Sir, carry on, sir. Dr. Suresh Kumar, sir, carry on, sir. Suresh Kumar, sir.
I think,
sir,
yeah,
sir,
I
no.
think I am audible to you now.
Exactly,
Just
sir. Correct, sir.
yeah, I am
Sorry for the
making
disturbance.
yeah, no problem, sir. It's all technical glitches that
Technical
you can
problems.
understand.
Sir,
Okay,
sir.
thank
Sir.
you very much. And
Sir.
first of all, Kalyan Chakravarti's topic, what he has taken, he has done justice by mentioning what is the present need that the policy makers should make. Because when our degree should be valid, what are the steps that we need to take? In fact, that same thing tried to make through the new educational policy, which has brought after 35 years in educational reforms. Okay, that is what that the government of India has taken, and now we wanted to go more and more focus on a interdisciplinary aspect as well as qualitative aspect. So it is not the quantity, but it is the quality which needs and which is the need of the hour. Because I have got an opportunity to be in the parliament while making the suggestions for this national educational policy with great people like Alke Advani, Murali Manohar Joshi and others at that time. And now let me tell you and share my PPT. Shall I share, sir?
Sir. You can, sir. You can share, sir. Please carry on. So screen is shared, but you are not visible. Sir. Sir, Dr. Suresh Kumar, sir. Your presentation is visible, but you are not seen, sir. Dr. Suresh Kumar, sir. Sir, please. You are disconnected or your screen is seen, but you are not seen. Any problem, sir? Sir. Dr. Suresh Kumar, sir. Dr. That's Sir, Dr. Suresh Kumar, sir. Any problem? The screen visible. Screen is visible, but you are not visible, and Dr. Deshmukh, sir. Dr. Suresh Kumar, sir. Some technical problem from your side, sir.
Mute hai kya wo?
Maybe.
Hello, Dr. Suresh Kumar, sir. Please unmute yourself. You are not audible, sir.
Yeah, ma'am.
Now it's okay, sir. Sir.
Okay.
No.
There is technical problem, I think, sir.
Yeah, is it okay now, sir?
Now okay, sir. It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. See,
Sure.
what I am trying to connect is what Kalyan Chakravarti has said and what my presentation is going to be, also that I tried to show you. That
Sure.
it is, first of all, how you say that is of importance. That is your decision making and your diction. Okay? What you say, are you able to see my,
Your sir.
are you able to see the
Presentation.
screen also?
Okay, sir. You are not seen, but presentation is okay and voice is coming, sir.
Sir, please
Yeah,
continue,
voice
sir.
is coming, then it is okay, sir.
What, sir? Deshmukh, sir? Sir, Deshmukh, sir, please. Some technical problem.
So I think when the screen is sharing, I am not visible.
Okay, sir. Carry on, sir.
Yeah, no problem, sir. Okay,
Okay.
if it,
Okay, your audio is okay, sir, and you can, sir. Okay, sir.
You can continue, sir.
Continue, sir. Continue, sir.
I would like to mention that it is diction. How your diction, how your language, that is of very important. When you think of the words of APJ Abdul Kalam, okay, what he says, the way you speak is the other people judge you. So it is depends on your speech. And if Kalyan Chakravarti sir also said, our education system is giving importance to reading and writing and neglecting listening and speaking. listening and speaking. So it is the need of the time that we need to make chances and changes, that even listening and speaking also as part of the curriculum, as part of the program. For that, what we can do, and at our university level, that we made seminars as well as jobs as part of the education, as part of the evaluation also, because for 100 marks, seminar carries 20 marks and other literary activities carries 10 marks, which include the speech of the students. Okay, so that type of the attitude, that type of the changes, even at the degree level, not only at PG level, but at degree level also, if we do that, that it is a very important one. Okay, so this is what that we could see. And what I wanted to say, that novel and adaptive thinking and new media literacy. What is media literacy? What do you mean by media literacy? Learn through the media. Learn through the media. And what are the five top technology tools for English classroom that I am going to teach you now? Number one, that is Google Drive. See, in fact, Google has changed our way of thinking. And now that Google Meet, as well as the other tools of the Google, which made particularly even Google Documents as well as Google Translate, these are the things which made your life change. And you can use it either on a tablet or a computer or a mobile. In fact, today, for the first time, I tried to use it through the mobile, because many times, all the time, I use the laptop, and if there is any mobile problem or when there is any internet problem, used to stop it. But yesterday, I learned it from my daughter, only by using the mobile, how we can present. Okay, so this is the one which Google Drive is the one which that you can learn so many things. Even YouTube also as a part of Google. That, let us see what are the 5 top technology tools for a English classroom. Number one, Google Drive. You can save not only the information and videos and all that, but also the tools which are used in the Google. As Kalyan Chakravarti has said, that a training is there how to use that Google. All we are using only 10 to 20% the facilities provided by the Google. And really, with the help of the Translate, Google Translate, that I have used it for my students, translation studies students. And coming to the second one, that is Edmodo. Edmodo is another social learning platform for students, teachers, as well as parents. Almost it is like a Facebook, but the only difference between Facebook and Edmodo is, in the Facebook, that you cannot control the students, you cannot control the others. But in the Edmodo, that you can control. The teacher is the controller. The teacher is the one who makes who is the participant and who is not the participant. And you can add as many number as people in your classroom. Not only in your classroom, even also from the outside classroom, outside the continent, as Madhvadev has mentioned. Okay, where he is, where we are, and where the program is being conducted and all that. So it is something like Facebook. All the features of a Facebook, you can share the audio, you can share the video, you can upload the documents, you can upload the PPTs, everything. But the only thing is that control is there with the teacher, the person who is the administrator, like WhatsApp administrator. So the people also funnily called it as fake book. Instead of Facebook, they call it as a fake book also. And third one, that is the screen casting or screen sharing, which we are doing now. Actually, with this Zoom, Google Meet, as well as many other meeting apps, not one or two, thanks to the COVID-19 situation, which made the people forced to use the technology. And because literally 2 months, the educational institutions stopped, and through these platforms only that we have conducted classes to our students, and we have not wasted the academic year for the students, and we have supplied everything what is there. But one thing, one point we need to understand, that this technology cannot replace the conventional classroom. Somebody has mentioned it is the time to use technology rather than conventional classroom. But these are all supplements only. These are all nourishments only to the conventional classroom. Because in the conventional classroom only, that we may directly observe the student's face, and you can directly go through the minds of the people. Whereas this has given time to, this has given an opportunity for us to get rid of the place, time, and all other things. But what I would like to say, this technology is just a supplement to the original real classroom, conventional classroom. In fact, our old people also have used it. Our earlier people also have used technology. But now we are saying whiteboard and Google board, as well as these as the blackboard. But our people also used chalk piece and blackboard as technology. At that time, that is the technology, that is the educational technology, that they have used so many charts. That is also the technology that they have used at that time. So technology changes, but technology existed even during the old period and now also. Okay, but we have to change according to the time, according to the time. So this screen casting or screen sharing is of very important, and this is what is going on. Okay, for example, screen or explain everything, and what we have seen, this is, that is a Zoom or many other apps which have provided us meet, because this has given really a chance for business people as well as learners and the students and the teachers. And next one, very important one, that is YouTube. Many people do not know how to use the YouTube. YouTube is something like a knife which can be used to stab a person, or like a doctor who has used the knife and made a surgery and saved the patient. YouTube is the one where you can create your videos, you can share, and you can see. For example, while I am teaching Gurram Joshua's poem, The Graveyard, which was prescribed for our, which is prescribed for our MA English students, I have showed Paduta Cheyaga program, in that a Telugu singer singing the original song in Telugu. Really, if you want to see, I would like to share that. Okay, but at the end of the program, I will share you, and I can take your opinion. So YouTube is the one which is, even the TED Talks, you can see through the YouTube. And there are so many apps, there are so many subscriptions, there are so many people who are teaching you through the YouTube. Let us use them. For example, Let Us Talk is a simple one. You can just type Let Us Talk, and you will get a very young and energetic teachers are teaching different topics in a simple phased manner. So at your convenience, on your bed, that you can go through the YouTube videos and learn English. You don't need any other thing. And the next one is a very important one, that is blogs. Okay, do you have a blog? Nowadays everybody is asking, Okay, that WordPress or Blogger, these are very popular one, and you can have a Twitter, you can have a Facebook, you can have a blog now, like as if you have a something like LinkedIn connection. Now they are asking, do you have your blog? Through your blog that you can reach many people. So we can encourage the students also to get their own blog, and they can use it as a digital platform for the other students as well as for the teachers. So blog is another one. So what I would like to say, these are the 5 maximum technology tools which we can use very easily. For example, either Google Drive or Edmodo or screen sharing or Zoom or whatever the meeting platforms, and YouTube and blog. Okay, Facebook, all these are the things that which are readily available because of the geo, the revolution geo has brought. Every day that we are getting 1 GB or 2 GB freely, almost at that price, and that we can use it. In fact, the technology which has become available for everyone, and in the future within 1 year that we are going to get 5G technology. With that 5G technology, in fact, all these have become more and more easily accessible to each and every nook of the nook and corner of India. That is what I would like to bring. And coming to the next one, anything you try to take it into your hand, and it is good to grow when there are some limits and cares. Okay, like as we have seen that. And what I would like to say, anything can be learned not alone. It is through cooperative learning. It is through academic environment. It is through our increased self-confidence that we can achieve more and more. Is it visible?
Yes, sir. Visible, sir.
Yeah, what are the methods and materials that we follow? Generally, that we try to make, and we should make the students to interact with each other. That is, try to make the students as groups, and through the groups that, for example, I'll give you my own experience only. For example, 30 students are there, and I will make them as 5 members as a team. One team named Shakespeare, the other one is as Milton, the other one Keats, Sarojini Naidu, Gandhi, Ambedkar. Likewise, different names that I will give, and each team has to give their seminar presentation with a PPT, and they do it as a competition like that, and they do wonders. And really, I feel the teacher should be like an emotional mentor, and he should teach like this. Only these are the points as a teacher that you need to be as a motivator. Is it visible?
Not quite. Yeah, the slide is visible.
It's audible but not visible.
Yeah, yes. So establish lifelong and life-wide learning as central paradigm for the future. So that is the thing that we need to make the students. Learning means it is not just 1 day program or 2 years program. It is learning is lifelong program. Like that we need to establish, that we need to make the students to think like that. Okay, so these are the things that I would like to bring to your notice. As an ideal student, he should develop these are the things: ability, communicative, belief, communicative, determination, enthusiasm, faithfulness, goal, hardworking, introspective, judicious, knowledge, love, morality, novelty, optimistic, perseverance, quest, responsibility, self-confidence, trustworthy, uncompromising, virtuous, wisdom, genophile. Genophile means many people, the students have a problem when they meet the strangers, they cannot open their mouth. But not like that. Even at the strangers also, they must love the strangers and they can open their mouth. That is yearning and feel. That is what every student has to do. And coming to conclusion, this is the thing I would like to make. Tell me, I will listen. Teach me, I will understand. Involve me, I will learn. Involve me, I will learn. That is why our Sanskrit sloka also says, Om Sahanavavatu Sahanau Bunattu Sahaviryam Karmavahai Tejasvi Navaditamastu Mavidvishavahai Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Let us work together, let us play together, let us learn together, and there should not be any jealous among us, and Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Everyone should live happily, and I must one among the happy one. So this is what that we could see the conclusion. And we must grow like a tree, because tree never stops growing. So the tree is the symbol, and we must grow like a tree, and that is what we could see. And thank you. And now I will make you visible to me. Stop sharing. Stop. Hello? Am I visible now, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think some technical glitch. When the PowerPoint is there, I am not visible. So the PowerPoint is over, and now you can ask questions or your doubts regarding the presentation, regarding my PowerPoint presentation. I tried to mention and link with the present topic with the need of the society, as well as the use of technology is the need of the hour to reach more and more students. That is what I would like to say and conclude here. And if you wish, I will share the video which I have shown to my students. I don't know what is the time limit and the time. That is why the organizers have to tell me. And if you raise any question, that we can see that. Yeah, this is the picture which I have taken. I wanted to make you a video file which, yeah, now I got it.
voice is not clear, sir. Singing, please, okay.
Dr. Suresh Kumar, sir, the song is not audible to us. It is visible only, but it is not audible. Yeah, no, it's not audible. It's only visible.
It's not audible.
Not audible, ma'am.
Audible.
It's visible, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, then it is okay, sir. Now I can, I'll be ready for you. There is some problem, I think. Is it okay now? Am I visible and audible to you, sir?
Now you are visible and audible.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir. You are both visible and audible, sir.
Okay, sir. See, I tried to show you a film song which is there in all the 13 languages in India by a single singer. In a single song, all the 13 languages.
Oh.
Okay, it's okay, sir. Now it's time for you to raise your
question, sir. Participants with any question? Any question?
No, I don't think there are any questions. So please move it forward.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Suresh Kumar, sir. Now we are creating in transition state. So the use of your so with your visual presentation, the ample use of computer, internet, emails, file technologies are really useful in both the teaching and learning. The use of technology in learning is beneficial for both the teachers as well as learners also, certainly, sir. But you are focused that conventional method cannot be underestimated. We have to take that also because we cannot forget the roots. Definitely, sir. It is very useful.
Yes,
Thank
yes,
you, sir. For your kind acceptance.
Technology can be a supplement, but not as that is the main one.
Yeah. Exactly. That's roots cannot be completely. Thank you very much.
That's that we have seen that there may be some glitches.
Also, you might have mentioned this in the new education policy. Also, you are one of the member of that. Be there. Definitely. Okay, sir. Thank you once again. My two teams are accepting the invitation and giving you a presentation. Thank you.
Venkatramana sir, you have to unmute it. Your voice is not visible.
Okay,
And,
sir. Now, is it
yeah.
clear, sir? Is it clear, sir? Thank you very much, sir. Sorry, sir. Thank you very much, sir. It is very useful. Your presentation was very useful, and definitely, sir, you have expressed that the conventional method cannot be underestimated. That is the root, and
Yes, sir.
we have to accept this. So now I request my colleague, Dr. Shende, sir, to carry for further proceeding. Dr. Shende, sir. Dr. Shende, sir.
Thank you, Venkatramana sir. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible. You are audible.
Thank you. So, right from 8:30, we have almost finished 75% of this program schedule of the conference, and I'm very happy that we are running on time. Actually, our presentation session was scheduled at 11:25, I think, and still
11:25. That is why I stopped it by observing the time.
Exactly, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for your Time bonds.
The paper presentation session was actually scheduled at 11:25, and we have exactly reached same time. So I'm very happy to express this, and I'm really thankful to our keynote speaker, Dr. Kalyan Chakravarti, as well as both of the technical session speakers, that is Gennady Medvedev and Dr. M. Kumar sir, for being with us and for presenting within the time frame that we had given to the speakers. Now we have reached to the last part of this conference. That is paper presentation session, and we have 7 paper presentations. Before proceeding the paper presentation, let me read out the sequence of this paper presentation so that they can be ready with their equipments and all other things. So our first paper presenter will be Dr. Udrak Klasi from USA, University of Arizona. After that, second, Dr. Leslie Pillai. Third one will be Dr. Gajanan Jubilay. Fourth one will be Dr. Sandeep Ladkar. Fifth presenter will be Dr. Manisha Shekhawat. Sixth one will be Mr. Ashok Bosilkar. And the last one will be Mr. Amol Kutemate and Dr. A.B. Dote. If anybody of you is not willing to present, so you can just inform us through the chat box. Okay, otherwise, this will be the sequence for paper presentation. And for this paper presentation section, we have invited Dr. Pramila Swami as the chairman and moderator, who will be moderating this entire session. Kindly mute yourself. Some background noise is there. So I would like to welcome our chairperson, Dr. Pramila Swami. Dr. Pramila, are you there? Can you hear me? Hello.
Yes. I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for accepting, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Just please, sir.
Yes, sir. I am very much here available, and I am privileged to be part of this particular international conference.
Dr. Pramila, are you there?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Am I audible?
Yes, audible. So, before beginning the paper presentation session, let me just briefly introduce to you Dr. Pramila Swami. She is presently working as a professor in MS Ramaya Institute of Technology, Bangalore. Her teaching experience spans for over 15 years. Various institutes of repute, including her present position and her administrative exposure for the last 15 years at MS Ramaya Institute of Technology. Her doctoral thesis is on the works of postmodern aspects of her areas of interest include English language teaching, subaltern studies, English literature, post-colonial writings, film studies. She has numerous research publications to her credit. And she has participated in various.
Please, some voice is coming, sir. Please mute all the participants. Please, sir's voice is not clear. Please, a request for all the participants. Please mute yourself. Now carry on, sir. Shinde, sir.
Am I not clear? Isn't my voice is clear to you?
Now it is clear, sir. Carry on.
So I was just introducing our chairperson, Dr. Pramila Swami, and her areas of interest include Indian English writings, English language teaching, subaltern studies, Dalit literature, post-colonial writings, and film studies. She has numerous research publications to her credit, and she has participated in various national, international events, seminars, and conferences. She's a good friend of mine, and she has also authored and co-edited some 7 books in the areas pertaining to literature and language. She was my co-editor with me while publishing 3 books on subaltern studies, and as well as she was my co-editor in publishing 1 book on environmental protection, perspectives of environmental protection. Her passion for teaching and research inspires her to explore new avenues for learning in academics. So we welcome you, ma'am. on the occasion of this international e-conference and as a chairperson of this paper presentation session, we heartily welcome you. And now we will proceed for the paper presentation session. We will begin with a paper presenter, that is Dr. Albert Klassen. And I'm really happy, and actually we are privileged to have such a resourceful and such a great person as a paper presenter, because Dr. Albert Klassen is from University of Arizona, USA. He's working there as a university distinguished professor of German studies, and he has been my mentor and guide in various academic matters. I'm really happy, Dr. Klassen. He supported us by writing forward for a book on environmental protection. He also guided during publication of Intercontinental Anthology, that is Beyond the Horizon, which was published last year in 2020-21. He's a very resourceful person. He has a very vast experience of teaching, and he has published more than 110 books and 740 articles and 2,650 reviews. Okay, so we are very happy to hear Dr. Albrecht during his presentation. So may I request Dr. Albrecht Klassen to proceed for his presentation? Dr. Albrecht, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay,
Thank you so much. And my sound is good. Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah.
Very good. All right. Let me first make sure that the technology works well, and I share my screen, and you should be able to see now my PowerPoint. Okay, please confirm that you can see my PowerPoint.
Yes, it is visible, sir.
Very good,
Proceed.
thank you.
Proceed.
Thank you so much for allowing me to be part of this workshop. I find it very exciting and very rewarding that we have such a wonderful international meeting, and I give you my great credit for having organized all this. It is wonderful that we really in education, academic education, really can get together by means of the latest technologies and share our own experiences and sort of discuss together our challenges and problems and solutions. So I wanted to present to you a number of different experiences I have had, reflect on universal issues we all have faced, and we'll try to combine fundamental ideas about really good education with the challenges that we all have faced. Okay, so my talk is called In-Person, Online, Hybrid, Asynchronous, COVID-19 and Academic Teaching. Just sort of as a general background, I am professor of German studies. I'm a medievalist, but I work really increasingly as a comparatist and working with global literature. And so I'm really excited that you even invited me. I find that is a great honor. So thank you so much. Let's begin. Then I wanted to reflect with you a little bit on things that we all probably know and yet might not quite have thought about thoroughly. So even though what I'm going to say is probably all very well known to you, I think it's worth to bring it to the fore one more time, particularly in the time we just all went through or are still in. What is good teaching? And I wanted just to bring or suggest to you that first of all, that what we practice, what we are teaching. So in other words, we need to combine the theory, that's what we do in theoretical terms, with also our practical work. It's no good just to have the greatest methodologies in writing, in articles and studies. We need to practice. So teaching is really a practical activity. And I think a good teacher is also someone who is always able to adapt to new situations. After all, we constantly face new students, new generations, but also new academic environments. And so it is one of our greatest demands that we adapt to new situations. And every time we start teaching, we encounter new people. So we need to learn every time anew how to engage with new people. And so altogether, it is the task of good teachers to accept external challenges, but also in light of all of those challenges to remain personal and exciting. It's no good in teaching when you just lecture and you are convinced that you are one of the greatest scholars in the world. You need to be able to share your excitement, your interest with your students. Only if you can carry that energy over to your students will you achieve the goal of good teaching. So the other words I have thrown in here, you have to be committed and enthusiastic. Irrespective of what subject matter you teach, there has to be a commitment on your part, and you really must be enthusiastic and believe in the material. This, of course, is sometimes difficult, particularly after you have taught, as I have done almost more than 3 decades. There's always a danger that we become repetitive and lose thereby maybe the drive and the energy. But we need to thereby find new materials and new approaches and maybe thrive even in situations where everything seems to have been said hundreds of times. There are new students and they need to learn these things as well. And so the practical side is that we demonstrate curiosity. As much as we want our students to be curious, so we have to be curious. And the essence might be that we're curious about our students and how they learn and how our teaching material inspires them to develop their curiosity. So in other words, we have to be role models. We have to model what we are teaching in theoretical terms, because what we do at the university in general, whatever country we are in, is we are doing research. That means in our major task is that we research and produce new knowledge, new understanding. And this new understanding needs to be brought into our classrooms. And so that students understand that what we do is just a case study, and our research is then becoming the new material for our classes. I would like to quote here something which I just learned recently. The quote is, "To be a teacher is to touch the future." I borrow this from this movie. And that just came out in 2019. It's a Bhutan movie. It's called Lunana, Yak in the Classroom. And it is a very traumatic experience of this young man who is sent by the Bhutan government to the most remote school in the entire world, high up somewhere in the Himalayas, where he has absolutely no resources. And one of the students in this little village says to him, "I want to be a teacher because a teacher touches the future." I think if we keep that in mind, I think no, not quite yet. If we keep that in mind, this is a really beautiful motto. What we do in teaching is really training the future teachers, and the future teachers will lead our society forward. And even if we are in danger sometimes of teaching rote materials, we need to remember that we are producing new knowledge, hence new people, new leaders, and are therefore the most important people really of all of society. Now, practical things, let's all reflect upon what has happened in the last 3 years or so. Then came suddenly COVID-19. So everything I've said so far, of course, reflects the standard teaching we all might have gone through. Then came to COVID-19, and we all had suddenly to change. Did all teaching stop? Maybe. For many people, it did. Students had to stay home, teachers had to stay home. So we all wondered what happened. Could that really have happened? What were the challenges and what were the opportunities? And I'm very happy to tell you that, at least for me, the entire situation with COVID-19 was not a time of crisis or danger or whatever problems, but rather for me, it became a time of great opportunities. I took the challenges and I combined my traditional teachings with the latest technologies. And some of those I want to present to you and show how I managed to overcome the very difficult challenges and really use the COVID-19 as a change of the paradigm and how we can move from the past into the future in terms of teaching. But for sure, the paradigm shift has occurred. We can no longer rest on our old laurels, and we need to move forward. Technology is taking our entire world forward, and we need to move along with that technology. COVID-19 has only accelerated this more than we had anticipated. So in order to understand really this paradigm shift, I wanted to one more time go through some of the principles of good teaching. I've done already much of that work. We could, if we had more time, go through this one more time as a group exercise if we were together in person, but let's leave that aside for the time being. So I invite you, for example, to use the chat room to state what is, according to your opinion, some of the most important principles of good teaching. But I would like to say, at least in summation, that teaching constitutes a high social, moral, ethical, and philosophical responsibility for our society. So yes, in many parts of the world, maybe teachers are not as much respected as they should be. But if you think about what we achieve and what we contribute to the development of society, you really clearly understand that we are some of the most important people in the entire world. Because without good teaching, the young generation will go astray and the future will be at risk. It's a high call, of course, but here is my sum. I just have said some of these things, but now for practical aspects. And I strongly subscribe to those comments. I live in a world where collective teaching and learning are high principles. So we do no longer simply lecture, but rather we work together with students. So students and teachers are actively engaged in the same learning process. Learning happens best when students experience the learning process in class, when they don't simply copy, but begin to realize what the material is all about and what they can contribute to the mutual learning experience. I also find it extremely important to understand that learning is a privilege and not a burden. In the movie I just mentioned before, this Buddha movie, we saw that really in most dramatic terms, there is this really remote village and they have virtually no resources, but the young students are so anxious to learn. They do everything they can, at least to acquire basic education. And we are really called upon as teachers at the university or at any other school level to understand that we are leaders to make our young generation to productive and effective members of our future society. Studying means really to reach for the stars in the future. So that means for me that sometimes going backwards means really to move forwards. So as a medievalist, I teach medieval literature. It is often a very amazing experience to see how students learn when they go back and study some of the most ancient texts and realize the fundamental truths in those texts and then can move forward. Teaching needs to be a lot of fun. There needs to be entertainment. Of course, there must be standards. There must be some testing and grading, but the actual teaching is that it is a collective learning experience. I assume, of course, that we as teachers are accepted as role models and sort of as experts, but at the same time, we need to acknowledge our students and pay respect to them as very valuable members of a team, a learning team. These are all very fundamental ideas and concepts pre-COVID-19, post-COVID-19, pre-technology and post-technology. So from here, I move to the latest changes and online teaching. First, my own experience, I have been doing online teaching already for a number of years, and I use in a very odd way one of the most traditional models of online teaching. We have at my university D2L that is very similar to Blackboard, or it's Canvas, or Brightspace. I think D2L is now called Brightspace. And what I have done, and it's something that has always been an almost revolutionary experience for myself and my students, I have used many times nothing but a chat room. So no advanced technology with videos, just chat rooms. And I have had incredible experience. This is a simple example. I just copied this. When my students then join the class, they always have to write. So they are always focused. There is no disturbance from other videos or audios. They just type. And that is one of the best learning experience. And you can see how much these students respond to questions and really getting heavily involved in writing. This was now a class which was in English. We looked at some medieval heroic epics, Spanish, English, German, Icelandic, and so forth. And the students, through the writing experience, were extremely motivated, and it was incredibly wonderful experience. Here's some data. Within 75 minutes, sort of that's a normal class time, I had about 300, in this one case, 350 statements. Can you believe that? A group of maybe 12 to 14 students, and in 1 hour and 15 minutes, more than 350 statements, sometimes very short, sometimes very long, an incredibly intensive exchange via writing. That is really a phenomenal experience because we need our students to formulate their ideas and thoughts by means of writing, of course, speaking. And they get a lot of experience and exposure in that setting. It's the lowest possible technical platform. It is the cheapest and the easiest, and it does not demand at all anything of particular technological advancement. And students feel, in my experience at least, now I've done this now for about 5 years, totally involved, highly motivated, and they are extremely active in the conversation via writing. I find it extremely important because we are here in a global context. I don't know where you are teaching, but I know that many times our technological means are not quite as sophisticated. Many times our bandwidth might not work. Many times our students, even here in Arizona, don't have all the best computer access, but the chat room does not demand much at all. And even at the lowest level of bandwidth, they can join and really experience some of the most intensive learning they can ever have. Here, just another example. that's the way how students then commented on the course. You can see, I mean, I praise myself a little bit, but I think it's worth to see how much these students really expressed that was a new experience. They all felt highly respected. They all felt extremely engaged and involved, and they all learned tremendous amount of material. So just as a general impression. And then, of course, came COVID-19, and with COVID-19 came then the new technology, which we are using right now, Zoom. And I know you all are familiar with that, but I wanted to express something of the challenges, because Zoom, well, Zoom is wonderful, but I know that many teachers across the world hate Zoom, dislike Zoom. They find that Zoom creates an artificial silence, an emptiness of the virtual kind. It's basically the naked computer screen. You don't see any faces. You do not seem to be able to engage with the students or the teachers. So there's a very great danger of isolation for teachers and students. So it is, however, a new learning environment. It demands from all of us that we go through a very high, very steep learning curve and try to make the best out of it. There is a massive psychological problem, as I say here, because there is a great danger for everyone involved in a Zoom meeting. And it's a little bit what I experience right now myself, because I don't see you all face to face. I see just some names, but there's always the fear or the sense of anonymity, loss of identity, and therefore also a loss of motivation. You can use, of course, Zoom as I just do, and I actually am the worst example right now, because instead of engaging with you like in a workshop, I'm just lecturing. And just lecturing is fine, but it's also a big problem, because then you simply repeat what we have done in the last 50 to 100 years, just lecturing, assuming that students will thereby learn. They learn something, but not as much as they really would learn if they do collective learning, student-centered learning, group activities, writing activities. So how did I respond to those challenges as I perceive them myself? And I can quote hundreds of my colleagues all over the world who say, oh my God, Zoom, that is terrible, let's get rid of it, and we want to be back in the classroom. I understand. At the same time, I have taken Zoom as a wonderful opportunity, but it needs to be adapted in a very specific way many people are not aware of. So I want to present some of the most exciting combinations in terms of teaching technologies that I have experienced. So Zoom is wonderful for just lecturing, for example, but it's very boring and can get very tiresome very quickly. I am using, next to Zoom, learning management system. I'm using one that's called Top Hat. It comes out of Toronto. And it is, well, as the word says, a learning management system. I have to apologize. It sounds a little bit as if I am a salesperson, but I'm not part of that company. I don't earn 1 cent. But I have practiced with this system and have found, and along with my students, that such a system, there are similar other ones like Pack Back and so forth, proves to be the most ideal complementary system to Zoom. It costs something for my students. It's about $30 per semester, but it is absolutely worth every cent of that money. What does Top Hat do? Zoom, of course, is a fantastic medium for conversations if you're willing to do it. And you have, of course, Zoom rooms, you can divide groups, students into groups, all that is difficult. But I combine the Zoom as if that is the classroom. And then I go to Top Hat as the medium for writing, grading, evaluations, and testing. How does that work? First of all, in Zoom, this is here the advantages. So with the gallery view, I can see every student. I know, and just as I see right now, I can see who is here online. I can see your names. I can point to individuals, can ask you to unmute and respond and so forth. So that's all very nice. Zoom is also fantastic, just as I do right now. You all know I can share my screen and I can work with materials. Say where students can present their projects and they can share their screens, and that is almost the same thing as if we were in an ordinary classroom. So that is all very nice and good. And I move on from there, and I'm using, however, Top Hat. Top Hat is now a system where I can start out, first of all, taking attendance, which is a very important component. Students need to be in classroom, and I give them points, credit points for simply being in class. Secondly, I give my students constantly questions and ask them to discuss. What we do then sometimes, this is just an example that I'm showing you here. First, I have a topic which we discuss together as a class. Everyone has a good understanding. Then I open up the question on Top Hat, and everyone is then invited to write his or her response. In this case, it was a question, what is religion? It's of course on the history of religion and the culture of religion, according to the opinion of some of the most important anthropologists, psychologists, and sociologists. So, and you can see how much my students suddenly were invited to think about many different things and put it into writing. So there is an intensive combination, Zoom for speaking, Top Hat for writing. And I just copied 2 examples, and you can see how much my students then respond in writing. This was Lessing. Lessing is a major playwright from the late 18th century, and he wrote a really remarkable play, which we had discussed in class intensively. And so I just asked my students here to reflect on the message. And you can see here the comments by students. I mean, they write intensively, and thereby it's a perfect combination of the oral with the written part. You can see how much they write and how complicated the sentence structures become. So they get an incredible amount of writing experience. And that is one of the most important elements in teaching. Students need to express themselves. We know that from ourselves, you know, when we do research, writing an article or book, that is maybe the most sophisticated form of organizing our thoughts. So what can I do with Top Hat? So let's say I discuss an issue, then I ask my students to write about it or to respond to very specific questions, could be a name, a date, or something like that, or a concept. And then I can see their answers, and I realize that the majority of students did not get the right answer. So that I know that I did something wrong in my teaching, or the students all had a misunderstanding. So then we can discuss it again until everyone has a full understanding. And I simply open up the same question, and hopefully then the majority of students get their answer right. The other really important issue I find, or approach or method, is that many times in our teaching, we face touchy, sensitive issues. And how do you handle such issues without embarrassing individual students? And what I can do with Top Hat is to anonymize the question. So students still get the points, but no one knows who has answered the question in what way. That means it is an open forum and invites really very frank discussions. I can also do quizzes every day. I can take or give exams. There are many different technological means, low and high level security. I can take exams without anyone in the classroom. I can or give exams with only half of the class there, the others are at home, but they are sick. It doesn't matter, or students are traveling, or I am traveling, and yet we are all together in that online room called Top Hat. And another really important point that I find extremely important is that we as teachers really need constantly feedback. How are we doing? Do we reach our students? Do we have a good communication? Do I talk above their head or do I address their heart? So every time I feel like I need to probe a little bit how I am doing, I can simply ask my students anonymously, please tell me how I am doing. And so forth. That is just then a summary here. Top Hat makes active writing to an integral aspect of the new online course in combination with Zoom. So anyone who has that experience that in an online course, students are sort of tired out, they fall asleep, they are bored and no longer actively involved in the class, then Top Hat, the writing component, makes it extremely effective and energizing, and really brings about a fantastic new level of understanding and growth of learning. So for me, this system, this learning management system, and others that are similar, is an ideal sort of compensatory, or no, not compensatory, but complementary means with Zoom. So these two things together make all my classes much more interactive and productive. I also have found that this LMS is extremely robust. It has virtually never failed me. I can always help students if they have a problem. We can repeat things, we can correct things. Students can say, I answered the question correctly, but maybe not using the exact right words as you wanted. And I can assess the answer and can say, you are right and you're good, okay, and we can move forward. Also, technically, there's a good chat function, so I can always quickly consult with technicians in case there are problems. So altogether, ultimately, I find transparency to be one of the most important media or frameworks for all good teachings, because I believe that students need to know how I'm grading, why I'm grading, in what way. Students need to understand how they're growing in my class. And so both systems, Zoom and Top Hat, for me at least, have achieved the best results, because the results, the learning experience can be reviewed and questions can be accommodated. And I can even make students to teachers by asking them to formulate questions that we then address the entire class, which gives them an incredible sense of empowerment and strengthens their motivation and participation. Ultimately then, the problem traditionally in all of our teaching is that students hate quizzes and hate exams. By combining these two technical means, the Zoom as well as Top Hat, my quizzes and exams become learning experiences and are no longer only testing tools. Now, I think that's extremely important. In my exams, students still learning. They learn something new. It is not just for the grade, but it's rather also a learning experience. Students also confirmed that switching back and forth is a fun activity. They stay alert, they stay focused, and they are highly motivated and engaged. So altogether, then for me, this is one of the best opportunities. And I would like now finally to turn to another option, which I'm also going through right now, namely that's asynchronous teaching, which is becoming more and more popular at least American universities, not necessarily popular among students, but popular among administrators, because asynchronous teaching means that you can reach many, many more students who can normally not attend the university. Many times they're adult learners, and so they are then willing to join the university, which is of a huge profit for the universities, and so a really favorite thing for the university administrators. My experience so far with asynchronous teaching is that it's a rather odd situation. It tends to alienate everyone because we don't meet. It's more rather like a correspondence course. There's a lack of personal communication. It's like a traditional correspondence course and requires that students are extremely self-motivated, which many just cannot do. It also means that, in my experience at least, teaching becomes a very mechanical operation because you just simply set tasks or assign homework, and you never really review whether students have learned the assignments or not. It is used now increasingly for mass teaching, reaching out to non-traditional students, so that can be certainly of advantage. But in my opinion, it is really not an ideal teaching modality. It is, of course, very useful for students who need to pace their own learning, particularly, let's say they are adults or they are working or they have family and really need to do their homework or their learning at different times when no one else can be there. So I understand some of the advantages of asynchronous teaching, but in my opinion, it is not the best approach, and I would strongly advise against it. So altogether, what is the best now? I would say still in-person teaching is absolutely the best situation because we are able thereby to carry out learner-centered teaching. We call that in the United States sometimes flipped classroom. It allows close engagement with the primary material, really close reading of the material. That means empowerment of students because they can really study the text and confirm, criticize, question what we are talking about. It allows for group discussions, exchange of ideas, and of course, writing. However, a combination of in-person teaching with some system of online teaching proves to be an excellent complementary teaching approach. It allows students to switch from their normal modality, just listening and writing down notes, to actively responding, writing down their responses, which all the other students and the instructor, of course, can see. And then we can observe clearly what are people saying and how have they formulated an immediate feedback, immediate correction, and then improvement. Then Zoom, in my opinion, has also provided us with a lot of new flexibility for teaching and students. It provides alternatives. So for example, I've experienced when let's say I teach twice or 3 times a week, and maybe one time we meet via Zoom and 2 times in person, or the other way around, which is really very stimulating for students because of the new modality. So I think combination and flexible approach is one of the best ways of doing this. Altogether, I would say we individually need to pick and choose, look at the many different options that are available right now. The paradigm shift has occurred. COVID-19 has been maybe traumatic, but not catastrophic. I think COVID-19 has forced us to move forward. And now suddenly we have a much wider range of teaching modalities available. And so each person has now the opportunity to pick and choose and determine really what is the best modality for your own students and for your own person as a teacher. So I would say the modern technology is certainly not a threat. It is an invitation and it's an opportunity for many new ways. I end on this note. I would like to open the floor for discussion and would like to express my thanks that you allowed me to speak late at night. For me, it's now 11:40 p.m. And I'm very excited now that I had the opportunity to address these ideas. I think what I try to talk about is really fundamental and highly important, because we as teachers need to reflect deeply upon our ethical principles and our ideals and values as teachers. And once we do that, as I have tried to do this right here, we re-energize and become better teachers, because the more we reflect upon our own self, our teaching modalities, teaching tools, teaching materials, and of course on our students, the better teaching will become. And that is, I think, the highest goal in ideals. So one more time, thank you so much. I appreciate this wonderful opportunity, and hopefully there will be some questions, and maybe I could inspire some of you looking into some of these modalities. Thank you so much. And I stop sharing now.
Thank you so much, Dr. Albrecht. Thank you for sharing your experiences for managing the teaching process. You combined all of your experiences of teaching before COVID-19 and then after COVID-19, and by using different technologies, especially this, we were unaware of the use of Top Hat, and really your presentation was informative and resourceful as well. Though it was a bit extensive, lengthy, but even though it was very informative and very interesting. So thank you so much, Dr. Albrecht. If there are any questions are there, delegates and participants may ask Dr. Albrecht.
And I can put my email also one more time into the chat in case anyone wants to contact me later.
Yes, yes, definitely. Thank you so much for being with us and for presenting here also. In coming future, we will definitely invite you as a resource person. It was a very strong desire with me, but it couldn't happen anyway. So thank you so much. Moving ahead towards the second presenter, may I invite Dr. Rashmi Pillai, who has been working as a research scholar for PhD. And the topic of her presentation is effectiveness of ICT-based assessment techniques on the achievement of undergraduate students. So Rashmi Pillai, are you there?
Yes, yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay,
Am I audible?
Yes, audible. You can proceed for your presentation.
Good afternoon, everybody. Is my screen visible?
It was visible a moment ago, but now it has been switched off. I think you will have to reshare your screen. Reshare it once again. Share it once again. Okay, it's visible now.
Yes.
Proceed.
Thank you. So the topic for my research paper was effectiveness of ICT-based assessment techniques on the achievement of mathematics of undergraduate students. Being a mathematics teacher, I have always observed that like my students are not able to they don't enjoy doing maths, because every time we are teaching in the form of a chalk and talk method. So So I chose this topic as that when you involve students in your teaching methodology, or you take assessment in an interesting manner, so that every student will take interest in the teaching and learning process, and they will do their best at the time of assessment. So this was the key motivation that I felt for the research topic. Is the child is actually a child wanted to do some best in the mathematics, but the interest in the children is like they don't want to participate in the class activities. So I try to design my lesson plans in such a manner that the child is actually engrossed into teaching, and when the assessment is taken, the child can perform better. So for that, I have incorporated some online assessment websites, so that the child is taking interest in the class, and when the assessment is given to the child is know about the concept, and the child could perform well, and the achievement was taken in a different perspective. So for that, I had taken few assessment tools which I wanted to share it with you all. It's the first one is Kahoot. Kahoot is an it's a great learning platform where the child will actually participate in the class using technology, and the questions will be displayed on the screen, and the child can use his or her mobile to input their answers in that, and the leaderboard shows the exact feedback where the child is lacking, and where I need to work on, which concept I need to focus on much, and the child will actually get the feedback then and there itself. So this is another website called Socrative, which was really helpful for the students to understand. This is that quiz. And another one is Quizzes, which is gamified classroom quizzes, in which the questions will be given to the students in the form of sets, and the child is going to attempt the question.
Ashmi. Pillai. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, will you please change the slide?
Yes,
because
sir. Am I
you are on
audible?
the same slide. Yeah, you are audible. Your PPT is also visible, but your slide is the same. That first slide is only visible. You are not changing the slides.
Sir, the screen is shared. I can see my slides changing.
Yeah, you maybe there in your system they may be changing.
I'll
but
just
here,
share once again.
Here we are able to see only one slide, first one, that is.
Okay, sir. Let me just share it once again.
Madam, click the slide which you want to share.
Okay, sir. Sir, is it visible now?
Yeah. Now second slide is okay. It is visible. Assessment for learning.
Okay.
So keep changing the slide
okay.
whenever you want.
So yes. The purpose of my teaching is not to cover the expectations. I want my all students to get involved in my teaching learning process, so that they can understand well and they can perform better. So this was a key motivation for my research work, that when child is involved and taking interest in the class, so the child will perform better, and the uncovering of their understanding can be done possibly. So for that, I have introduced few incorporated few online assessment websites where they get the feedback then and there, so they can understand their mistakes, and they can overcome their mistakes, and they get to know what needs to be done. So this is the first website which I have used in my classes, a Kahoot, where the questions would be displayed on the screen, and the child will be using their phones, or the tabs can actually involve their activities and questions, their queries, group activity, everything can be sorted out with this. This is another website is Socrative. This is also a interactive quiz gamified. This is another website for assessment which I have used was that quiz. And the last one is Quizzes. This is really very interesting. The children gets to know about their weakness if they make mistakes. So according to their potential and other things, they get a few points so that they will get another chance to rectify their mistakes. So actually this one is really wonderful. My students really enjoy doing this, and they get to know their leaderboard names, first to 10th, all students would be displayed there on the screen. So they get to know that who is doing well in the class. And I will also get a quick feedback that where I need to work on, which topic my student did not understand, and I could work on for their future perspective. So this is their scoreboard where you can see the questions as well as answers. So if we can put it in the multiple choice question as well as subjective questions, also in the form of true, false. So this Excel sheet really helped me to understand where my child is making error. So the objective of my study was to study the relationship between the interest level between the students of undergraduate students. Why in maths everybody is lacking behind? Because we were using like normal traditional method. So the child gets bored and they won't take much interest in mathematics. And because of that, their performance goes down, and the achievement will also reflect here. So this was my hypothesis. Now, the statistical tools which I used for finding the deviation was mean and standard deviation. And I have used a comparative study between the normal traditional teaching and then ICT based assessment teaching. So I got the result in this manner. If time permits, sir, can I involve everybody to this activity, or should I just conclude this?
No. For our activity, it will take some more time because we have to stick up to the time limits.
Okay.
You can just round it off.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. So this was the result which I wanted to share, that for this education process, this online assessment has really developed an interest and involved each and every student in the class. And my students are really very eager to attend my classes, and they are always after me, ma'am, when can we have another Kahoot or another quiz, so that they are more involved in my teaching. So that's come to an end of my presentation. If anybody would like to ask anything.
Okay, thank you, Rashmi Pillai. If any questions are there, we can just take up. Otherwise, we'll move to next presenter. And I would like to request other presenters to keep it brief and limit your presentation to 10 minutes, so that we will be in a position to conclude this international event on time. So if there are no more questions, I would like to request our third presenter, Dr. Gajanan Hivle, Assistant Professor, Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, National Institute of Technology from Goa. So over to Dr. Gajanan Hivle, sir. Are you there, sir? Okay, please proceed.
Yeah, is it visible, please?
Yes, visible plus audible.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much for giving me an opportunity, and especially thanks to Dr. Sanjay Shende sir for sending me an email about this international e-conference. I may be a possibility I missed it, but I'm really happy to the organizers about the same place. Yeah, the topic which is introduced, or which I have done the work presently, it's about the rural students' insight and predilection aimed at virtual mode of education during COVID-19 pandemic in India. Almost most of the part before the pandemic and after the pandemic, Mr. Professor Klassen, he has already explained very well. I'm really happy with him that he has covered the time, almost the concept of pre and post. Now, I'll touch what is exactly about my topic, which is really concerned with the rural or the village people or the village students, those who are staying and facing the difficulties of online education mode. As recently, drastically, after this mode of education, after this pandemic, suddenly it was really quite difficult to shift from the conventional mode of education to the next, means the virtual mode of education. And of course, the people, those who are staying in city side, those who have a really good facility, they can tackle very well. Even the teachers or the professors or the concerns stakeholders can manage very well. But I feel that it is better to work on the people, those who are working in education in the rural area, and whatever the problem they have faced. As I have shown the picture to people, almost in Indian context, many of the people or in many schools, actually, we have been facing a lot of difficulties, though the government has implemented many schemes, many facilities, but it was not implemented properly. But suddenly this drastic change after the COVID-19, it was really once again challenging how to reach, or it was really fear among the human being, among the people, those who are staying in India, that we are missing the education to our children. And now this is a short, already I explained to people, this is one of the short video. Actually, short video means this is not any, there is no audio, just for 1 minute. Actually, it is there, it's just the translation or the just it's given, sorry, it's given just below it, just maybe, yes. Yes, as we have been facing a lot of difficulties in rural area, financial problems, many difficulties are like without gadgets, understood, it is quite difficult. Electricity, power, as many of the people here, actually, even though we are educated, well equipped, we have been facing a lot of difficulties. We cannot imagine the situation of the people, those who are staying in villages, is it? Now, of course, these are the keywords already I have explained through my during my explanation, like virtual mode of education, rural areas, especially pandemic and predilection. Problems statement, as I told you, people, most of the problems are there in villages, in organizational, in educational organization, where the people are really facing the difficulties. What were the challenges faced by these students in rural areas with the virtual mode of education? That is, in short, I have just explained to, I'll explain to people. To find a new way of teaching, learning, to learn new technologies, to learn new skills desirable for e-learning, to overcome poor connectivity, to bridge the gap between students and teacher. It was quite difficult, as I have suggested some these things to people. But before this, are we really equipped with these things in rural area? We need to find out. Even the teachers are not trained properly. Even the students, they have been facing a lot of difficulties. Even they are without equipments. They are without basic facilities. Even they are facing for their bread and butter, and how they will just equip with these facilities, how they will just adjust with these things. It is not possible at all. It was really in vain to implement such policies, such online education in the village area without support of government. Is it? This is the thing. The methodology which I use actually here, I have just formed some questions and just framed Google Forms and circulated the links to all over in India, actually in the various states, with the help of my students, those who are staying in the various states of India, and especially in villages. And of course, at the same time, analytical methods I have used to explain this data or this survey. The secondary sources, of course, it comprises the article which are available on the same statistical data which are available, maybe in the form of articles, books, etc. Especially, I have just circulated the questionnaire to the parents, to the teachers, and the students of Goa, Orissa, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Rajasthan, Bihar, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Haryana, and Tamil Nadu, and many more states. Now, this is one of the survey which is really just conducted earlier, global survey statistic, which represent where the people, they are lacking with the basic facilities. You can just check out in the slide, please. Only 50% of rural households surveyed a hand smartphone. Is it? Then what will be the happen of the 50% people which they have been facing? Even there are some backward people, maybe the economically financially backward, or maybe the socially backward. They are also lacking with a lot of facilities, and they are also facing the difficulties which is shown in the survey. Yes, some eyewitness examples are there where the people, they try to find out the solution. Build tree house, build internet connectivity problems in Udhampur. And also this is one of the eyewitness example. Shelters and shades were built by villagers in places where where internet is available. Yes, in villages in Satari, Goa. In Badoli village in Akkalkot, Maharashtra, teachers of KP Gaikwad High School have converted around 60 lessons into audio files. Means teacher, they are taking their initiative how to convert these things and how to make available to our students. But it is quite difficult to the students and parents to adopt with this technology without any equipment. And these are some example. Card split is really an innovative idea, which is really we can observe in, which is took place in Jhamri village in Haryana. They were just putting the card actually in between in the center of the village and just giving the lectures, just imparting the education to the village people. Public announcement system. Actually, many of the Maharashtrian people or the other people, they have explained that the teachers, they were making the announcement in the temples are there in villages, and they were announcing in that in that speakers about the prayers, about some lectures, about some poem, reciting the poems, and they were just engaging their students. Group study. Yes, here in Maharashtra, actually the study was there. It was really interesting one. They were those who have mobiles, they were circulating to these people, and of course they were trying to engage the people, but once again the fear was there in their mind, maybe the people will be just affected with the corona. This is the real-time survey which we conducted about the internet connectivity, health issues, academic problem, shortage of devices, and of course familiarity of the virtual mode of classes, implementation of the virtual mode of education, measures of online classes, and medium of communications. Preferences of devices, sources of internet, format of the virtual mode of classes, course material. Due to the lack of time, I'm not going to explain to people this data, which is, you can see it please, and afterwards I'll circulate to your organizer. Course material, and of course the nature of video content. As we people are just thinking about all these things, is it all the things are available, we can do it with the virtual mode of education, but it is really a challenge to the teachers, to the parents, and up to the students, especially those who are in remote area. They are untrained, they are some of the parents, they are really illiterate, and it is quite difficult to adjust with these people. Some conclusion and recommendations are there. Before pandemic, quality of education, even after the enacting abundant welfare schemes, as I told you people, that even the quality of education in India, in the villages, it is not maintained properly. As someone has earlier, before someone has mentioned that the recruitment of the teachers, even the teachers are not recruited properly in every organ. 2 or 3 teachers are there. How this is possible to maintain such a quality of education? We cannot expect from anyone or from that particular teachers. Is it? Then through the study, it appeared in spite of online learning seems to be one of the possible ways of learning in corona pandemic period, but the application of technology is troubled in numerous aspects. It is really troublesome to everyone. Instead of learning, they were just demotivating from the education. The virtual, even we people, suddenly, we are not, suppose suddenly some network issue is there, power issue is there, even we also demotivated while presenting. Then what will be the situation of the people, those who are staying in villages, teachers, students, and of course the parents. Even as I told you people in that a short video where only one mobile is there, how can they tackle with the other children? they will miss the opportunity. Just the documentary has been done, the official report has been submitted, but the practical nothing has been happened, understood in some of the villages. The next, the virtual mode of education for the student is challenging, owing to numerous difficulties like unobtainability of the network, lack of resources to buy necessary gadgets and data, electricity issues, insufficient knowledge, non-comfortable infrastructure in villages, lack of gap between student and teacher. These are, especially infra is also, it is very difficult. Even those who are staying, they have a 10 by 10 rooms. How they will adjust in that room actually without electricity, and how we are expecting that we are imparting the education, quality education to these people. These are the references which I have referred for this research, and really thank you very much for giving me an opportunity. I try to explain in short, hurriedly, just for your understanding. Thank you very much, all of you, please. If you have any question, you can ask, no issue.
Thank you so much. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Yes.
Sir.
Thank you, Dr. Gajanan Hivle, sir, for presenting your empirical study, field-based study on rural students' perspectives and problems towards adoption of that virtual mode of education. So it was a good topic, and the problem that you described and narrated in your presentation, these are the general problems, and we also face these problems here in our area, and many other people also might be facing the same. Okay, so thank you so much, and moving ahead, our next presenter is Dr. Sandeep Ladkar, and after that, three presenters will be Dr. Manisha Shekhawat, Mr. Ashok Bosilkar, and the last one will be Mr. Amol Kutemate. So this will be the sequence of next four presenters, that is last four presenters. So may I request Dr. Sandeep Ladkar to present this topic?
Yes, sir. I am audible, sir.
Yes, audible.
It gives me an immense pleasure to be a part of this international conference. Curtailing the time, I only present the abstract of my paper. The title of my paper is Role of ICT in the Process of Teaching Learning. The modern age is popularly known as the age of information and technology. Several innovations have taken place in the field of science and technology. In the field of education, several skills and techniques emerged due to these innovations. The use of ICT is opted to make teaching learning process more effective. It helps the teacher as well as the students to get updated knowledge in their respective subjects. The traditional method of teaching learning process is a teacher-centric. It becomes necessary for the inclusion of students in the teaching learning process to make it student-centric. The use of ICT avails us facilities such as making use of internet, web-based learning, e-learning, social media, digital media, etc. The use of ICT enables the students in making the classroom teaching much more easier and more understanding to avail the facilities about the acquisition of basic skills. The students make use of these facilities by using various electronic devices such as desktop and laptop, projector, printer, tablet, pen drive, web boards, scanners, microphones, DVDs and CDs, flash drives, video games, etc., which will benefit the students to acquire more knowledge. Before the innovate only one-way process, the weightage is given only to recitation rather than to understand the content and try to make use of it for a better performance. Now, it will avail us the facilities such as we will make use of Google Drive, Edmodo, Screencastify, Google Translate by ICT. We will make use of online meeting in the platform, Zoom, Google Meet, Microsoft Teams, and e-learning platforms. In this way, I will conclude. I must thank to Dr. Sanjay Shende sir and to the entire organizing team of this international conference on use of technology and language learning and teaching for giving me a chance to present my paper. Thank you once again. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ladkar. Hello, am I audible? Yes, yes. Okay, thank you, thank you. You presented the topic that is role of ICT in the process of teaching learning, and we also know that ICT has become nowadays an integral part of our teaching learning process. We have shifted much of the things from
Yes, sir,
offline to
audible, sir,
online,
audible.
from offline to online mode, and there is a paradigm shift in the entire process of teaching and learning. So thank you so much, Dr. Sandeep, for presenting your topic. Now we are switching over to next presenter, Dr. Manisha Shekhawat. Dr. Manisha Shekhawat, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, proceed for your presentation.
Right, sir. A very good afternoon to everyone present in the conference. I would like to thank, before starting, all the organizers, especially Shinde sir, for having given me the opportunity to be a part of this. I hope I'm audible, sir. And
Yes,
also
audible. Yes,
okay.
yes, yes, definitely.
Thank you, sir. I am Dr. Manisha Shekhawat from BNPG College, and I'm here talking on the topic use of technology in teaching language and literature. The use of technology has become an integral part, as we all know, and many of the speakers have already given us much information on this already. So I'm going to throw a little bit of light on certain more points which I have written over here. Every language class usually uses some form of a technology. Technology has been used to both help and improve language learning. Technology enables teachers to adapt classroom activities, and thus it enhances the language learning process. There is, a growing consensus among the educators and the general public that technology should play a very, very important role and indelible role amongst the students in the students' education. However, the question of whether the introduction of technology in the classroom has a positive impact on teaching and learning is still under intense discussion and debate within the educational community. Yet, what is technology? As we all know, that technology is the practical use of knowledge, particularly in a specific area, and is a way of doing a task using technical process, methods, and knowledge. As per one of the researchers, Hensey and Brindley, they are of the view that technology integration is defined in terms of how teachers use technology to perform familiar activities more effectively, and how this usage can reshape these activities of learning in the classroom. Sir, I was unable to prepare a PPT, so I'm here with my paper only. So please bear with me.
Okay.
So
Okay. No
yeah, yes, sir. So and how this technology is used in the English language class, especially, I'm going to talk over here. Technology, as you know, that it's an effective tool for learners. Learners must use technology as a significant part of their learning process. Teachers should model the use of technology to support the curriculum, so that learners can increase the true use of technology in learning their language skills. Also, learners' cooperation can be increased through these various tools, which are very interesting, available today. And this cooperation is one of the most important. Also, cooperation itself is a tool which is very important for all the learners, as well as for the teachers. Learners cooperatively work together to create tasks and learn from each other through reading their peers' works, etc. And this is available. Like many tools are there online available, which help the learners as well as those who are teaching to incorporate, like how to help each other even online. So we would there's shortage of time. Otherwise, I would have given a little bit of information on the apps also, which are today available, which would help learners to learn easily the language. So educational technology is not restricted to individual computer use only. It can involve other equipments and applications such as video conferencing, as we are here on the Zoom, and digital television, television, allowing students to interact with programs at their own pace. Electronic whiteboards and digital cameras, as put up by various researchers, have also told about all this. Education week we can organize, and it has been given over there in the research weekly also. Educators have struggled with decisions regarding what types of technology to use and how to use them. Researchers agree that there is not just one right type of technology or one right way to use it. Rather, it should match schools' learning and teaching goals and be appropriate for the students who use it. It depends on the environment also, what type of environment student is given, whether the student is capable of using technology. At least we should give them hands-on training also. Even the teachers needs these training sessions for how to help them how to use the technology in an easy manner. So even government has nowadays is encouraging people to use more and more technology, and it has taken initiatives by providing us with such certain programs which include increasing students' economic competitiveness, reducing inequities in access of computers, raising students' achievements, and increasing student engagement, creating a more active learning environment, and making it easier to differentiate instruction according to the students' needs. And each technology is likely to play a different role in students' learning. For example, word processing and email can improve communication skills, databases, spreadsheet programs, and can enhance organizational skills. And modeling software often increases understanding of maths and science concepts. So experts have even suggested that technology can enhance learning by providing students with the following opportunities, which are as follows. These are the experts which have given us, like drilling and practicing with increasingly difficult content, accessing a wide variety of information and gaining knowledge from many sources, like online sources are available, visualizing difficult to understand concept. Then they can visualize it like through many other apps which provide videos also, and there are other apps which a teacher can help them visualize it by drawing and by painting or by sketching on the board which is available online. The apps are there. Managing information, solving problems, and producing sophisticated products using tools such as spreadsheets, databases, and word processors. Here I would also like to add that with the tools available, technical tools available, we can make our classes more interesting as possible for the learner, so that we can keep which can help us improve our teaching. Also, the application of technology has considerably changed English teaching methods. As we all know, it provides so many alternatives as making teaching interesting and more productive in terms of advancement. In traditional classrooms, as we all know, what we do are we stand in front of the blackboard and so on. So this needs to be now changed, as change is always results, or change is the need of the hour. We need to change and upgrade ourselves to use more and more technology. The usage of multimedia text in the classroom assists learners in becoming familiar with vocabulary and language structures, so we can use that. And even the application of multimedia makes use of print text, films, and internet to enhance learners' linguistic knowledge. Also, because of this, we can switch on from the traditional way of teaching to the modern ways, which is mostly either online or through the use of the technology, through smart boards, etc., etc. The use of print, film, and internet gives learners the chance to collect information and offers them different material for the analysis and interpretation of both language and context. So does it help? So a question arises, like whether the technology really helps the students to understand better the text and whatever the grammar they want to learn in the language, or does it only help them learn technology better? The primary concern when using technology to teach either language or literature is that it should help your student meet the learning objectives you've set them for. And that's the case whether you're using computers or just books, pens, and paper. If you use a specific technology in your classroom, there should be a specific justification why the technology is essential to the lesson. But there are secondary concerns also. Teaching with technology that students understand and use themselves on a regular basis could help them engage more thoroughly with the text you're teaching them. And use of internet, is it useful? The internet is useful or not? If we can use it for their advantage or not? Yes. We can say that it can be used for harnessing the power of internet and yoke it to our teaching wagon by setting up a forum or comment section in which we and our students can discuss the books which have already been taught or the lessons which have been taught. There is there is a distinct advantage of all this approach, like we can ask students questions and post comments anytime, answer a student's question in one go, and if there's which is meant for each and every student who is available online, who is teaching online, who is studying online, students with similar questions get their problems solved in the same time and saving us time and effort also. Of course, there are certain other things we need to be careful about, like it is internet and everything has its pros and cons. So does internet also. The internet can be notorious at times. It can be toxic at times. It's a toxic environment it carries along with it. So make sure that whenever we set up our forum, the only people who can access it and post comments to it are us or our students. Privacy concerns are there. If we are unable to access to only the students who are there, then anyone, if we do not do this, then anyone who is there, who knows the forum, sharing the web address with us, can harass or bully, or certain things are there which we all know. Students should be advised to provide as little personal information as possible, and we may want all the students to ask all the students to use their nicknames instead of using their own original names at the time, to make sure that our students and us are the only ones who can post comments. We will have to ask them to register, as we all do, which has become mandatory these days with the website hosting the forum. In the end, I would like to conclude that there are certain things which need to be recommendations which are given by a few researchers, as well as the experience from various teachers, which I have collected and written over here, certain points which I would quickly go through them. And with that, I would conclude. Not much time, I won't take much time, sir. So here are a little bit of recommendations. So teachers should implement a technology plan that considers integration strategies along with purchasing decisions. Professional development should be specifically considered in order to assure learners' learning and to change the attitudes of teachers unfamiliar with the advantage that technology provides. Then technology plan must be closely aligned with the curriculum standards. Teachers should know what educational approach is the most effective one, and when integrating with technologies in the classroom. Even language teachers should urge their learners to use technology in developing their language skills. And universities should regard technology as a significant part of teaching and learning programs. Technology experts should provide extra assistance for teachers who use it in teaching their English courses. These days, what we have seen is teachers are not technical savvy. So a kind of orientation, as Sir previously said in our opening session, that the orientation programs must be conducted in the college level or the university level, so that the teachers are capable of teaching with effectiveness. Even language teachers should urge the learners to use technology in developing their language skills. Universities should regard technology as a significant part of teaching and learning programs. Technology experts should provide extra assistance for teachers. Teachers should be of a pattern for a learner in using computer technology. Teachers should create technology integrated lesson materials. Those materials should concentrate on teaching and learning, not just technology issues. And in the end, I would like to conclude with one more recommendation, which is technology as teachers should be aware of their roles as guides and facilitators of the learners' learning. And in order to facilitate the integration of technology, enough support and technical assistance should be given from all the nook and corners to the teachers. With that, I would like to conclude. Sir, I hope I have put up my point over here in simple terms. And thank you for cooperation, and thank you for your time, sir. Thank you so much. Anything you want to put up?
Thank you.
Here?
Thank you, Dr. Manisha Shekhawat. You presented the topic, use of technology in teaching language and literature. Though it was an oral presentation, but it was very spontaneous and full of energy. It would have been better if you could have removed that mask and but now okay.
Oh, yes, sir. Yeah, you should have told me, sir. You should have. I was just in this.
I mean, it's okay. It was a good topic that, as you said, that there are so many tools of technology, and we
Yes,
have to use
I
them
have.
depending upon the learner
Yes,
as well as environment.
Yes, I have a long list of all the apps and various tools how we can like use it effectively. But because of the time, I just
Yeah. We have to follow the
missed
time
on
frame
this.
also, no? So
Yes,
thank you so
yes,
much,
yes.
Dr.
Thank
Manisha
you.
Shekhawat.
Yeah, thank you. Thank
Just
you, sir.
two presenters are left. First one who is going to present is Mr. Ashok Bosilkar, Assistant Professor, Shivaji Arts, Commerce and Science College, Kannad, District, Aurangabad. Mr. Bosilkar, sir, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, I am here.
Okay, so just start your presentation.
Hopefully, I am audible and visible, sir.
Yeah, right now you're audible and visible also. Just to share your screen if it is PPT, otherwise pause.
Good afternoon, one and all. First of all, I must thank to all the three organizers from Razura, Brahmapuri, and Bhopal for organizing such a wonderful international conference on very important and relevant topic. Considering the time restraint, I am not going to discuss in detail. I am going to just focus on abstract and some of the important points in my paper. So the title of, because time constraint is very important, and we know that with hungry stomachs, no philosophy can be digested. That's why I will wrap my presentation within 5 to 7 minutes. The title of my paper is Use of Technology in English Language Teaching and Learning in Rural India, Opportunities and Challenges. From 8:30, I have been listening to all the resource person. It was very wonderful and pleasant to listen all these resource person like Mr. Kalyan Chakravarti, Dr. Kennedy, and Dr. Albert Klassen. In fact, I would like to request the organizers, if it is possible, please upload all these resource persons presentations on YouTube so that we can listen and really. Coming to my abstract, emerging technologies have become a part of daily life of a student. To keep up with time, education has to evolve and customize, providing the learner with a more meaningful learning environment. More and more teachers are introducing learning technologies as a powerful tools for efficient student participated learning. The technology-aided learning environment enhances learning outcomes in language acquisition and stimulates the implementation of quality learning. But the case is not same everywhere in India. Though most of the urban India is well equipped with all these LTs but rural India lags far behind due to socio-economical and geographical conditions. The National Education Policy 2020 emphasizes digital learning as an alternative to the conventional classroom model, but implementing this in rural India will face some challenges. So my paper is going to bring in the opportunities and challenges related to the teaching English in rural schools of India. So when I was listening to Dr. Albert Klassen, he mentioned in his presentation the movie from Bhutan, which is titled as Lunana, a yak in the classroom. So I would like to tell that there are thousands of Lunana in India too. It is very important to understand the challenges while implementing technologies in teaching and learning mediums at rural level. We are aware that technology is important and it must be used in day-to-day teaching, but when we think about rural India, it is important to understand whether all these technology are really applicable in rural India. So now I'm not going to discuss about the opportunities of implementing technology in teaching learning process. I would like to focus only on the challenges in the use of ICT. Education is heavily reliant on government-run or aided institutions and non-governmental organizations for the vast majority of the people living in rural regions. However, rural regions continue to confront several challenges that have a direct influence in teaching learning process. We have seen in the last epidemic, it was the rural India, rural children who faced a lot so far teaching learning process is considered. So to point out some of the challenges, some of the challenges are already mentioned by Dr. Gajanan from Goa. So I'm not going to repeat those points which have been told by Mr. Gajanan. So the first and foremost problem is access to broadband. Internet access is the most detrimental hurdle to taking a digital leap, because even if the schools have internet provision, many students live far away from school and most of them would not be in a stage to possess internet connection. Again, the digital equity is an integral part of rural students. Otherwise, they would not be able to participate in educational activities from home, which includes class discussion, collaboration, and interactions with classmates. So this digital equity again is the most important challenge we have to face while implementing the ICT technologies. A limited number of people with technological skills. The interior parts often have a difficult time in the recruitment of staffs and substitutes teachers, because the remote lifestyle does not appeal to those who are coming from towns or cities, due to which the existing teaching staffs have to teach subjects in which they haven't majored. The existing teachers might not be digitally sound, and the ones who have some knowledge about it will be in charge of all the tech related activities, which is a huge burden on them. Rural people are quite skeptical. Some communities may be skeptical about the adoption of technology in school, because the people would be very protective of their subtle way of living and don't want to see that getting disrupted. Gender inequality, again, this is a very important point when we think about rural India and implementing technology in rural India education. In some places, girls are not allowed to go to school, or if allowed, it is only up to certain age. So they are not allowed to move out of their hometown for higher education. Lack of infrastructure and faculty. So many.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes,
Somebody,
sir.
somebody wanted to say something. Hello.
Yes, sir. Does anyone want to speak anything?
Somebody asked something. Okay, please proceed, sir. If there is any issue, let us see.
Lack of infrastructure and faculty. Again, I am going to just highlight the points instead of going in detail. Dependence on devices can be sometimes a problem in itself, as teachers become slaves of instruments and their features, and they cannot give their own suggestions to the practical problems the student face. Again, there is a chances that when we use technology in ELT or in classroom, that there are chances that this process can become mechanical. So this is again a huge challenge before the teachers to avoid this artificiality. So dependence on devices, yes. One of the speech and teacher student eye contact totally diminished, which is not good. It is necessary that teachers should talk to students. Thinking capability of students and teachers can be disappeared. They know that they have to give certain commands, clicks, such and such buttons. Teacher guide students to think and cultivate capacity to solve problems, but all process is so time consuming that they cannot give and take feedback. There are chances that multimedia takes away students' ability to think, analyze, and explore. They know that by clicking certain buttons, they will get everything to their habit of query. Thirst for quest of knowledge is finished. Not enough or limited access to computer hardware and computer software in certain education institutes. Lack of time in school schedule for projects involving use of technologies. Lack of adequate technical support from educational institutions. Again, this is something which have been faced in rural India. Less teacher training opportunities, and a lack of knowledge about ways to integrate technologies to enhance curriculum. So these are some of the challenges which we have to face in rural India. See, I am focusing on challenges. It doesn't mean that I have negative opinion about using technology in English language and teaching. But while implementing this technology in ELT in the classroom, we must understand and consider these challenges. If we don't overcome these challenges, I think it will be useless to talk about technology and its uses. So I'm not going to take more time. Once again, I'm very thankful to the organizers for giving me opportunity to put my paper before all of you. Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Ashok Bosilkar from Shivaji Arts Commerce Science College, Kannad district, Aurangabad. And the topic of your presentation was the use of technology in English language teaching and learning in rural areas, opportunity and challenges. And whatever that you said is correct to the present scenario, that in rural areas, in the rural institutions, there are still many challenges are there. Opportunities are also there, but as a teacher and as a learners, both learners and teachers, both of them face many challenges, and we have to overcome these challenges, and we have to integrate technology in our teaching process as well. So coming to the last presentation, which will be by Mr. Amol Putemate and Dr. A.V. Dhote. It's a joint paper. Mr. Amol Putemate, sir, are you there? He is assistant professor working at Sardar Patel College, Chandrapur. And at the 11th hour last night, I got his paper, but I couldn't confirm whether he's willing to present or not. So I just included in the list. Mr. Putemate, sir, are you there? Are you willing to present the paper? Otherwise, we will conclude this session. Okay, I think he might have moved, or he might not have joined. So anyway, these are the 6 presentations which you have seen in this paper presentation session, and all of these papers are focusing over the main theme, thrust area of this conference, that is how can we integrate, how can we use technology in our learning process, in our teaching process, and it's like that. So moving over to the chairperson, we have Dr. Premila Swami with us. So I would like to request Dr. Premila Swami to just summarize these papers and to share her ideas and comments. Over to Dr. Premila Swami. Dr. Premila, are you there?
Yes, sir, I am there here.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, one and all present over here. So it was nice listening to all the resource persons and as well as the participants who had presented over here in this session. First of all, my thanks to the entire, the team who had organized the international conference, and which is very, very relevant to the present situation. So I'm privileged to be part of this conference, and thanks to the entire team, and especially my thanks to Dr. Sanjay also for inviting me to be the chairperson and also a moderator for this session. So the one thing that we have been noticing or observing is that we as teachers
Dr. Premila, you are audible, but your camera is not visible. I mean, maybe that you have switched it off or. You're clearly audible, but your face is not visible. I mean, if you want to
Hi, sir.
switch on your video, you can. You are not personally, you are not visible. You are quite audible, clearly audible. There is no issue, but you are not visible on screen.
I understand. There was some problem with my laptop, so I had to reconnect with my mobile phone. I think that there was a reason. I am unable to. It is
no
not
problem.
starting the video over here.
Proceed.
Okay. So what I was trying to say is that the common observance by all the faculty members of English language and literature and also other faculty members is that we need to equip and empower with the changing scenario. So this is the need of the hour that is being emphasized by all the resource persons who had spoken since morning. I have been listening to them, and also the presenters who had vividly portrayed their ideas on their experiences of the teaching process. So teaching learning is a process in itself, and we as teachers we need to be digitally empowered. That means we have to we are talking about digital literacy. So the digital literacy, of course, we all are equipped in some ways to YouTube channels, blogs, and other things. We all, because of the thanks to the pandemic situation, which is in disguise a blessing for us, that we have experimented and learned and provided ourselves an opportunity to invest something more on using technology in the classroom. So considering these 21st century skills, this is what we call these as 21st century skills, where we adapt to the changing needs, talking about blended learning, flipped classroom, and hybrid way of encompassing the different trends that we look into. So shifting to online to offline and adapting the teachers as well as the students is itself a process. So in this scenario, as everybody has emphasized, that we are here to adapt to the different needs and situations and become not digitally challenged but digitally empowered, and try to utilize the maximum and exploit the technology in our classroom learning situations. So as Dr. Claassen has pointed in his presentation that he has talked about adaptation and learning different tools, adapting different tools. And it was good that he had pointed out his practical experiences, his learning activities, and then, the importance of Zoom. And Dr. Pillai, yes, she has, emphasized on her, experimentation on using different tools, because she has been teaching mathematics and how she has used. And one thing that is, significant here is that these students, they are not there just to listen to. What they want is something new. What is interesting in the class? And once the class becomes interesting, they are all there in the entire class listening to you. Unless the class becomes interesting, yes, we as teachers becomes just a matter of ridicule. So that means that somehow this intervention of technology would make the class interesting, as well as very, very participative, a collaborative way of learning between the teacher as well as the students. We as teachers also learning different things every now and then. Yeah. So this is something which is highlighted upon by Dr. Pillai, that the importance of generating interest among students and the intervention of technology would definitely add on to it. And Dr. Gajanan sir, as well as Dr. Mr. Ashok, they have talked about the rural students and the kind of challenges they face in terms of using. Of course, India has adopted, we have not lagged behind. Somehow we have tried to adapt to the emerging situation. But then, of course, there are many number of challenges that the country has seen, especially in the rural area, where teachers and students both faced numerous problems in terms of adapting to the situation. Dr. Sandeep has also pointed out the role of ICT in the process of teaching learning process. Yes, he has pointed out to the different tools. Dr. Manisha's presentation also highlighted on the technical needs in the language teaching. So as language teachers, definitely we are all looking at communication skills in terms of listening, speaking, reading, and writing. So considering these aspects, and also as a part of literary activities, how these tools become very, very important, not only just in teaching, but then also in assessment. As teachers learn to use these tools not only for the purpose of teaching, but also in terms of making use in terms of assessment, whether it is in their CI assessment, whatever, assignments or whatever they do. So somehow these aspects are very relevant for us. Yeah, so these are certain things that the presenters have pointed out, the role of technology, the influence of technology, how we can
Hello,
technology, yeah, there is lots of interference.
Excuse me, sir.
Deshmukh sir, are you
What I was
there?
trying to say is that
Please mute
this
others.
morning we have looked at the different opportunities available to us as language teachers, as literature teachers. We need to exploit and understand the nuances.
Deshmukh sir, please mute others.
Please mute others. Some disturbance. Doctor.
Hello. Somebody's mic is on and your family conversation and whatnot is coming out here. Please mute yourself.
Sir, sir.
I am one of the participants of this
Rekha
conference, sir.
Rani. It's Rekha Rani.
Please.
Hello. Rekha Rani.
I want to say
Please
something,
Rekha Rani
sir.
and Khurshid Ahmed.
There is one tool where, this particular online
Please,
tool
Rekha
Rekha
Rani
helps us
and Khurshid Ahmed.
and get into
Sir,
the text,
Khurshid
but
Ahmed,
also
Please cooperate.
Ahmed wants to say something, sir.
different colors, yellow, green, and orange. In different colors, the let's say the topic sentence, the key ideas, the content. So there was this distinction. It could be easily marked by the. Otherwise, reading comprehension. We as teachers, we go and teach them the different reading habits, the different skills, extensive reading, and such things are already available for students. In the click of the button, every information is available. What is that we as teachers are able to provide something new in the classroom? That is where I think we as teachers explore
Please, Deshmukh sir,
what is
some
exactly
disturbance is coming, sir. Please mute all the other participants. Disturbance is coming, sir. Rekha Rani, sir, no, sir, please. Rekha Rani and these people, please. Some disturbance is coming. Please cooperate, sir. Okay, okay, carry on, madam. Carry on.
Sir, I want to
I
say
was
something,
just
sir.
talking about, yes, sir, yes, sir. I was just talking about as language teachers when we focus on communication aspect, listening, speaking, and reading. Some research, resource person has pointed out that in India we neglect these components like listening and speaking and give more importance to reading and writing. Of course, for reading, I was talking about the online platform called iRead, where researchers from Malaysia had taken up a study, and they had significantly pointed out that the importance and role of iRead, because that particular tool helps us to underline, highlight in different colors, and identify the topic sentence, the topic sentence as well as the key ideas and what are the supporting elements in the particular text. So as a reader, when we are involving the class, the students, so the students are engaged in the reading process to comprehend the entire text. So that is again building their competitive abilities as well as critical thinking skills and creative abilities, imagination. So this power of highlighting using the digital tools. So that is something called as digital annotation tools. Digital annotation tools, that was something which I found out to be very, very interesting because otherwise, students tend to get bored or distracted while reading a passage. So what I was trying to say is, we have to explore and identify which is the most suitable form or a mode or a tool, because we have the luxury of, accessing different forms of tools available from the online sources. So we as teachers, we need to, when we make a lesson plan, for example, so at the time for each specific topic, we need to identify what would be the best tool applicable in that particular situation. So that way, I think when we are, defining our lesson plans, so these tools, which are the ones identified, would be helpful in suitably organizing our classroom lectures and making the class very interesting. Because the first thing that I repeatedly feel and I do mention is that how can we make the classroom very interesting. So of course, the technological tools, the technical tools will be added on. It's just a complementary tool. We cannot have complete reliance on these technology. The best mode, of course, is the face-to-face interaction. As I have told in my just 2 minutes back that it should be a hybrid or a kind of blended learning environment, not complete reliance on technological sources. Otherwise, things turn out to be a different way altogether. So these are my concluding remarks, that as language teachers, we need to adapt to the situation, but then complete reliance on technology will take some other turn. So I think a balanced approach and identifying the right platforms and the right way to connect to these different core aspects of language and teaching would help us and benefit us altogether. So I think since morning we have been listening and heard different things, different experiences, and the tools available from the various research people, and then also from the presenters. So it was wonderful listening to them and being a participant also in this entire international conference. So I am here to thank the entire team, the organizers, for making me part of this event and calling me as a moderator for this presentation session. And I apologize that I couldn't on my video over here because of some technical problems, but then I'm here with you all. Thanks a lot, and my special thanks to Dr. Sanjay for inviting me to be a part of this program. Thank you, sir. Thank you all the organizers over here.
Thank you, Dr. Premila. Thank you for being with us. Yes, there was a gentleman who wanted to say something.
I am one of the participants of this conference, sir. Now it's time to Nima, sir. Can I leave, sir?
Yes,
Sure,
yes,
sir.
you can,
Sir. You can.
And
Okay,
for
sir.
this
Now,
purpose only you were asking in the middle.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. You can, sir. Now, Shende, sir. Thank you, Shende, sir.
Just give me 2 minutes so that I can conclude each and
Sir,
everything.
Just a minute, sir. Just a minute, sir.
Yes, Venkataraman sir, you were saying something?
Sir, for you only, sir.
Okay.
Sir.
We have reached to the last segment of this conference. That is vote of thanks, and just bear with, just give me 2 minutes.
2 minutes,
so that,
only 2 minutes.
So that I
Only
can
2
thank
minutes.
each and everyone. Let me thank all those.
Send sir, 2 minutes. Several key threads have emerged through a fruitful discussion. Sir, Send sir, just a minute. So, several key threads have emerged through a fruitful discussion of today's conference. Now it is time to conclude. I invite Dr. S.N. Shende, a man with great commitment and icon for hard work, to propose vote of thanks of today's International E-Conference. Over to Shende, sir.
Yes, thank you. I will just take your 2 minutes so that I can thank each and everybody. Let me thank all those whose support and guidance made this event possible. We are thankful to Dr. N.S. Kokode sir, Principal, NH College Brahmapuri, who inaugurated our conference and addressed our delegates. I would like to thank today's keynote speaker, Dr. Kalyan Chakravarti, who not only attended this conference and addressed, but also helped us in many ways in making this conference successful. He's always there whenever we need any help in conferences and seminar. So thank you so much, Kalyan sir. Our sincere thanks to today's speaker for first session, Dr. Gennady Medvedev, Oman, for accepting our invitation through Kalyan sir, and for attending this conference. His resourceful presentation will definitely help the delegates. Thank you, Dr. Gennady sir. We are highly thankful to our second speaker, Dr. M. Suresh Kumar, who accepted our invitation without any hesitation and addressed the conference delegates with his informative presentation. Thank you so much, Dr. Suresh Kumar sir. We are thankful to Dr. Premila Swami, who worked as a chairperson for the paper presentation session and summarized all the presentations. Thank you so much, Premila ma'am. We are thankful to our principal, Dr. S.M. Varkat, for his motivation, guidance, and support, which made this e-conference successful. Thank you, Dr. Varkat sir. We must thank our co-organizer. We got support and cooperation from NH College Brahmapuri as a co-organizer. We are thankful to Dr. Aslam Sheikh, Professor and Head, Department of English, NH College Brahmapuri. We are thankful to all the faculties of English, especially Dr. Sunil Chaudhary, Dr. Milind Pathade, Dr. Yuvraj Mishram, Dr. D.H. Kahane, Vice Principal from NH College Brahmapuri, for their cooperation as organizing members. We express our thanks to School of Languages, Rabindranath Tagore University, Bhopal, for collaborating with us in organizing this conference and providing every possible support and cooperation. Thank you, Dr. Ruchi Mishra Tiwari madam, Dr. Kiran Mishra madam. How can we forget the technical support provider. We are thankful to Dr. Rahul Deshmukh sir, who has supported our almost every online conference and webinar and provided unconditional support and technical help. Thank you, Dr. Deshmukh sir. We are thankful to our head of the department, Mr. Venkatramana sir, for conducting this entire international e-conference in a beautiful way. We are thankful to our IQC coordinator, Dr. Reddy sir, Vice Principal, Dr. Kerani sir, and all our faculties and our organizing members for their technical support and their cooperation. Last but not least, we are immensely thankful to all the paper presenters, delegates, participants, principals who joined this conference and made it meaningful and successful. Thanks to each and everyone whose direct and indirect support made this e-conference possible and successful.
Publication के paper publication.
I would like
Paper
to share
publication.
two important things. Hold on. Just two important things I would like to tell you. That one thing is, even though the conference is over, as declared in the brochure, we are going to publish all the papers in the form of a book with ISBN number. And last date of paper submission was actually 23 April, but now we have extended that date to 30th April. So even though you couldn't present the paper, but you can send the paper for publication purpose. Up to 30th April, we can accept your papers. Second thing is your certificates will be provided within 6 to 7 days. We need some 5 to 6 days at least to prepare certificates since we are preparing them manually. So with this, with the permission of all the resource person and each and everyone present over here, I conclude and have a good day. I declare that this e-conference, international e-conference on use of technology is concluded here. Have a good day. Thank you so much, each and everyone. Thank you, Dr. Kalyan, Dr. Aslam Sheikh, Dr. Ruchi Mishra, and each and everyone, all the delegates, students, participants. Thank you. Your feedback link will be shared just within 2-3 minutes on your WhatsApp group.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much to all. Shande sir, we'll send.
Thank you, sir.
लोग भी है, लोग भी है। एकदम व्यवस्थित होते हो। कम सोचे हाँ भाई सर। उधर बोली में सिर्फ मराठी बोली क्या रहता है? कोई भी भाषा करो, कोई भाषा अवगत आहे तो आ सकती. कोणत्या महिन्यात सर? कोणत्या महिन्यात? बरोबर 24 पूर्ण. इथे 2 महिने. हे आताचे रिकाउंटिंग सुरू सगळ्यांसमोर. कोणी मागे पडेल.
गाव पाठवलं मोठी मागे पाहिजे तुम्हाला नाही जास्त गेलं नंबर नाही तर जवान नंबर नंबर जागा पण आपला